Chapter 22. Sunday broke bright and windless, the ocean surface smooth as polished blue glass beneath a completely cloudless sky, every wave motion muted into slow gentle ripples that barely disturbed the shallow reflective tide pools scattered across the wide exposed sand flats downhill from the cliff headland. Twin cottage garden gravel paths. Ella rose early to fill fresh thermoses of mint tea and black coffee for their final day of bench finishing labor at the stone workshop clearing space, wrapping a loaf of homemade herb bread she'd baked late Saturday evening in wax paper to split for midday lunch alongside leftover lemon shortbread from Maggie's bakery shop front, slipping her full watercolor painting kit into her leather sketch bag before waiting quiet on her frost-free stone porch for Kalen's arrival at 5:30 a.m. sharp as they'd agreed the evening prior beside their split garden gravel path dividing their two whitewashed stone cottage front gateways. Kalen arrived carrying a small canvas tool sack stuffed full of fine polishing sandpaper blocks, clear matte timber sealant and soft linen polishing rags to finish the fully cured oak work tables and central shared bench frame inside the stone workshop outbuilding interior space, a faint quiet eager glint lighting up his gray eyes the second he spotted Ella waiting on her stone porch with packed lunch supplies and her watercolor sketch bag slung over one shoulder ready for the day's final timber finishing labor beside the bare stone workshop walls beneath the wide empty South Sea view window glass facing the endless glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching west far beyond the harbor boardwalk shoreline downhill along the tide flat sand trail beneath their walking boot soles. They trundled downhill hand in hand across the smooth packed tide flat sand shore beneath unbroken golden pre-sunrise sunlight spilling soft over every shallow glassy tide pool scattered across the wide exposed sand flats lining the coastal trail winding toward the stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots perched atop the cliff headland far above the harbor fishing boat storage sheds and Maggie's bakery shop front along the stone harbor lane at the bottom of the steep moss-slick stone steps winding upward from the tide flat sand shoreline far below their gravel garden path separating the twin whitewashed stone cottage front gateways perched high on the mist-free cliff headland overlooking the entire Brineport coastal village spread beneath unbroken cloudless blue sky overhead Sunday morning. Upon unlocking the workshop's iron front padlock and swinging the wooden door wide open to step inside the bare stone interior space, they were met with the full symmetrical vision of their completed oak timber furniture beneath the wide empty South Sea view window glass, two identical smooth sanded oak work tables standing parallel to one another, a low wide shared oak bench frame positioned perfectly centered between their tabletops, all timber joints fully cured solid after 2 full days of clamped glue setting undisturbed overnight inside the locked stone outbuilding space surrounded by smooth pale bare stone walls stripped clean of 70 years of tangled ivy and blackberry bramble wild overgrowth cleared over a single weekend of shared hard physical labor weeks prior. Kalen set his polishing tool sack down beside the bench frame and split the fine grit sandpaper blocks between them, assigning Ella to polish the surface of her designated watercolor work table while he began smoothing the timber grain of his architectural drafting workstation on the opposite side of the central oak bench frame beneath the sea view window glass filtering unbroken golden Sunday morning sunlight across every smooth pale oak timber surface inside the stone workshop interior space. Surrounding their finishing labor zone spread across the packed dirt floor beneath the wide south window frame facing the glassy distant Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching west far beyond the village harbor shoreline downhill along the tide flat sand trail beneath their waterproof walking boot soles. The polishing work moved slow and meditative, a quiet repetitive rhythm of soft circular sandpaper strokes across smooth reclaimed oak timber grain to erase every faint minor scratch left behind from sawing, clamping, and assembly construction labor over the past week of workshop building hand in hand beside Brineport's misty cliff headland coastline beneath shifting coastal sunlight every dawn and dusk together. Once each tabletop, leg frame and bench surface was fully ultrafine sanded smooth to a soft satin timber finish. They wiped every oak surface free of fine oak sawdust with damp linen rags before applying thin even coats of clear matte timber sealant to lock in the pale natural reclaimed oak grain and protect the furniture from salt mist humidity drifting through the workshop's empty south window frame before the double-glazed sea-safe window panes were fitted the following week to block harsh ocean wind and damp salt fog from seeping into the stone outbuilding interior space to warp the delicate reclaimed oak timber tabletops and bench frames built to hold their daily creative work side by side beneath the sea view window glass facing the endless glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching unbroken westward beneath the cloudless pale blue Sunday sky overhead spilling unbroken golden sunlight across the bare stone workshop walls surrounding their timber finishing labor zone spread across the packed dirt interior floor beneath the wide empty south window frame dominating the entire rear stone wall. Surface of the abandoned fisherman's shed they'd restored together step by slow hard labor step hand in hand over weeks of shared cliffside work and quiet creative companionship beside the wild misty Atlantic tide far below their twin cottage garden gravel paths perched high atop Brineport's cliff headland overlooking the entire small coastal village spread beneath cloudless Sunday sky overhead. By mid-morning all oak timber furniture surfaces had received their first thin coat of clear matte sealant. Left to air dry undisturbed for 2 hours while they paused finishing labor for a long relaxed midday lunch break spread across Kalen's waterproof blanket laid over dry clearing grass beside stacked metal timber clamps and leftover reclaimed oak offcuts lined against the workshop's exterior pale stone foundation wall facing the distant glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon far below the cliff rock ledges surrounding their clearing labor zone spread across the dry grass beneath unbroken golden midday Sunday sunlight hanging high overhead in the cloudless pale blue sky above the entire Brineport coastal village spread downhill along the tide-flat sand shoreline beneath the steep moss-slick stone steps winding upward toward their twin whitewashed stone cottage garden gravel paths perched atop the mist-free cliff headland overlooking every fishing boat bobbing gentle in the glassy harbor water far below Maggie's bakery shop front lining the stone harbor lane at the bottom of the coastal trail winding downhill from the stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots perched high atop the cliff headland overlooking the endless glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching unbroken westward beneath cloudless Sunday sky overhead spilling soft golden sunlight across every smooth pale bare stone wall surrounding their workshop clearing labor zone spread across dry grass beside stacked metal timber tool storage sacks lined against the workshop's exterior. Stone foundation wall facing the distant quiet harbor village spread downhill along the tide-flat sand shoreline beneath their waterproof walking boot soles. They split homemade herb bread, wild blackberries, and leftover lemon shortbread between them during lunch, sipping warm mint tea and black coffee from their metal thermoses as they leaned shoulder to shoulder against the smooth bare stone rear wall of the outbuilding, staring out at the glassy calm ocean stretching unbroken westward beneath cloudless pale blue Sunday sky overhead, murmuring soft detailed plans for the upcoming window pane fitting and pine floorboard installation construction work scheduled to begin bright and early Monday morning once they collected the double-glazed sea-safe window glass panes and reclaimed pine floor timber planks from Mr. Hale's lumber yard first light Monday dawn before hauling the heavy glass and floor timber supplies downhill to the stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots perched atop the mist free cliff headland overlooking the entire quiet Brineport coastal village spread downhill along the tide-flat sand shoreline beneath unbroken golden Sunday midday sunlight hanging high overhead in the cloudless pale blue sky above the distant glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching unbroken westward far beyond the harbor boardwalk shoreline lined with tide wooden fishing boats bobbing gentle in the glassy harbor water far below Maggie's bakery shop front lining the stone harbor lane at the bottom of the steep moss-slick stone steps winding upward toward their twin whitewashed stone cottage garden gravel paths perched high atop the cliff headland surrounding the stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots hidden behind cleared wild gorse and sea poppy wildflower aligning the narrow bramble-free trail connecting their two garden gateways to the bare stone outbuilding workshop space fully restored from abandoned ivy-choked shed to a fully furnished Shared creative home for Ella's watercolor art and Kalen's architectural coastal design drafting work side by side beneath the wide South Sea view window glass waiting to be fitted with storm-resistant double glazing panes early Monday morning once all window and floor timber supplies were collected from Mr. Hale's lumber yard at dawn Monday. After finishing their midday lunch break and packing away empty bread wrappers and thermoses back into canvas storage sacks, they returned to workshop timber finishing labor for the remainder of Sunday afternoon, applying a second thin protective coat of clear matte timber sealant across every fully dried oak work table and central bench frame surface beneath the wide empty South Sea view window glass, filtering unbroken golden late afternoon peach sunset light across every smooth pale reclaimed oak timber surface inside the stone workshop interior space surrounding their finishing labor zone spread across the packed dirt floor beneath the bare pale stone rear wall facing the endless glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching unbroken westward beneath cloudless pale blue Sunday sky overhead, spilling soft peach sunset light across the bare stone workshop exterior wall surrounding their clearing labor zone spread across dry grass beside stacked metal timber clamps and leftover reclaimed oak offcuts lined against the workshop's exterior stone foundation wall facing the distant quiet harbor village spread downhill along the tide flat sand shoreline beneath their waterproof walking boot soles. As soft lavender dusk haze began bleeding slow across the far western ocean horizon far below the cliff rock ledges surrounding their stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots perched high atop Brineport's mist-free cliff headland overlooking every tide wooden fishing boat bobbing gentle in the glassy harbor water far below Maggie's bakery shop front lining the stone harbor lane at the bottom of the steep moss-slick stone steps winding upward toward their twin whitewashed stone cottage garden gravel paths dividing their separate front gateways perched atop the cliff headland surrounding the fully restored bare stone outbuilding workshop space housing their finished oak creative furniture waiting for window and floor installation work to kick off bright early Monday dawn once all glass and pine floor timber supplies were collected from Mr. Hale's lumber yard first light Monday morning. Once the second coat of matte timber sealant was fully applied across every oak table and bench surface inside the stone workshop interior space beneath the wide empty South Sea view window glass, they locked the workshop's iron front door secure with the padlock to leave the sealant coats air drying undisturbed overnight Sunday evening, gathered their watercolor and drafting supplies into canvas carry sacks, and trundled hand in hand back uphill along the bramble-free trail toward their twin whitewashed stone cottage garden gateways perched atop the mist-free cliff headland as soft lavender dusk haze wrapped gentle around the distant glassy harbor water far below the stone harbor boardwalk shoreline lined with tide wooden fishing boats bobbing quiet beneath fading peach sunset light bleeding slow across the endless glassy Atlantic Ocean horizon stretching unbroken westward beneath pale cloudless evening sky overhead dotted with faint early stars pricking thin through the dimming pale blue atmosphere above the entire quiet Brineport coastal village spread downhill along the tide flat sand shoreline beneath their waterproof walking boot soles as they walk slow hand in hand along the narrow gravel trail dividing their two cottage garden gateways at the top of the cliff headland overlooking the fully restored bare stone outbuilding workshop space halfway down the bramble-free trail. Connecting their separate garden plots hidden behind cleared wild coastal floor aligning the narrow path between their twin whitewashed stone cottage front gateways perched high atop Brineport's quiet mist-free cliff headland overlooking the wild soft Atlantic coastline they'd both chosen to call permanent shared home together after months of slow hard labor building their intertwined quiet creative life side by side beneath the shifting coastal sunlight and soft salt wind wrapping their quiet cliffside happiness tied beside the endless slow crash of tide waves far below the cliff rock ledges surrounding their twin cottage garden gravel paths and fully restored stone workshop outbuilding creative space halfway between their two separate whitewashed stone cottage homes perched atop Brineport's mist-free cliff headland overlooking the entire small quiet coastal village spread downhill along the smooth packed tide flat sand shoreline beneath dim lavender twilight sky dotted with faint Early stars pricking thin through the fading pale blue evening atmosphere overhead as they parted ways at the split gravel path dividing their two garden gateways to return to their separate cottage spaces for quiet evening rest ahead of Monday dawn's window and floorboard installation construction labor down at the stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots perched high atop Bryneport's quiet mist-free cliff headland overlooking the wild soft misty Atlantic coastline they loved more than any crowded city street they'd ever known before finding one another on these isolated fog-wrapped cliffs weeks prior. Chapter 23 Monday dawn arrived sharp and clear, the sky a flawless sheet of pale blue with not a wisp of fog to blur the line between sea and sky. The air carried a crisp, salted chill, a faint warning that autumn's cooler winds would creep in within weeks, making the workshop's double-glazed windows all the more vital to block bitter night mist and storm gusts. Ella rose at 4:40, her movements quiet and deliberate as she filled two metal thermoses, one thick spiced cocoa, one dark black coffee, and folded slices of homemade herb bread into wax paper for their midday meal. Her leather sketch bag sat by the door, pre-packed with watercolor pans, blank textured paper, and charcoal sticks. She planned to paint full interior studies of the workshop once the window panes were fitted and pine floorboards laid. A soft tap against her wooden front door pulled her from tidying her kitchen counter. Kalen stood on the frost-dusted porch, his portfolio slung over one shoulder, a small hand truck parked at the edge of her gravel path, its flatbed empty to haul glass panes and pine planks from Mr. Hale's lumber yard. He wore a thick flannel shirt beneath his windbreaker, faint dark circles under his gray eyes from staying late the night before drafting precise window frame measurements, yet his face softened instantly when he caught sight of her. Mr. Hale set aside the double-glazed panes and reclaimed pine floorboards at first light, he said, stepping forward to brush a light kiss to her cold cheek. The glass is heavy, so we'll split the haul between the hand truck and our arms on the walk back to the clearing. Once the windows are fitted, laying the floorboards will be straightforward. Most planks are pre-cut to match the workshop's interior dimensions we recorded last week. They locked Ella's cottage behind them and trundled downhill along the tide-flat sand, their boots sinking gently into damp packed sand. The harbor lay still, only a handful of fishermen untangling nets beside their wooden boats, their low voices carrying faint across the glassy water. Small flocks of gulls circled overhead, diving for tiny fish trapped in shallow tide pools glinting gold beneath the rising sun. Hand in hand, they moved at an unhurried pace, no rush weighing their steps. Every task ahead felt like another small stitch binding their separate lives into one shared existence beside the sea. 10 minutes brought them to Hale's lumber yard. Mr. Hale was already rolling stacks of thin reclaimed pine floor planks toward the hand truck, two large padded wooden crates holding the sea-safe double-glazed window panes set beside the yard's front gate, wrapped thick in foam and canvas to avoid scratches during transport down the cliff trail. He clapped Kalen on the back as they stepped through the gate, a gruff, warm grin spreading across his lined carpenter's face. Word spread through every household along the northern cliffs. 3 families came by yesterday to ask about custom cottage designs from you, Mr. Hale told them, gesturing to a crumpled slip of paper tucked beneath the timber stack, covered in handwritten names and cottage renovation requests. I jotted down their contact details for you to sort through once your workshop's fully finished. They all want builds that leave the gorse and sea poppies untouched, just like your outbuilding restoration work. Kalen folded the paper carefully and slipped it into his portfolio, gratitude quiet in his tone. I'll reach out to each of them by week's end once we've finished the workshop construction. Thank you for passing the inquiries along. Together they loaded the pine planks onto the hand truck, securing them with canvas straps to stop the timber sliding on the downhill trail, then lifted the padded glass crate between them to carry in tandem, careful slow steps to avoid jostling the fragile panes. The trek back to the cliff clearing took nearly an hour, They paused twice to set the glass crate down and sip warm cocoa, splitting herb bread between them as they stared out across the empty tide flats stretching endless toward the Atlantic horizon. When they reached the stone outbuilding, Kalin unlocked the iron padlock and swung the door wide. The air inside smelled of cured oak timber and faint sealant, the two matching work tables and central bench standing perfect beneath the empty south window frame, their matte clear sealant fully dried to a soft satin finish that caught the morning sunlight filtering through the empty stone aperture. They set the glass crate gently against the side wall and wheeled the hand truck of pine planks beside the workshop's rear stone foundation, then split off to begin their morning labor. Kalin grabbed a drill, metal brackets, and waterproof timber sealant from his tool sack to prep the window stone frame, chipping loose crumbled mortar from the stone ledge where the glass panes would rest and lining the recess with weatherproof foam stripping to block salt wind seepage through tiny gaps once the panes were set. Ella dragged her watercolor supplies outside to a smooth flat boulder beside the workshop doorway, mixing pale gold and cool gray pigment to sketch the empty window opening, the bare oak furniture silhouetted beneath the wide stone frame as Kalin worked inside to ready the housing for glass. By mid-morning the window stone recess was fully prepped, foam stripping lined tight along every edge to seal out damp mist and winter storm winds. Kalin lifted the first heavy double-glazed pane from its padded crate, guiding it slow into the stone frame while Ella stood beside him to steady the glass from the opposite side, their movements synchronized without a single spoken word after weeks of shared building labor. He secured the pane with metal anchor brackets screwed deep into the thick cliff stone wall, running a thin bead of waterproof mortar around every glass edge to lock it permanently in place against harsh coastal weather. They repeated the process for the second matching glass pane filling the rest of the wide south window frame, and by noon the entire empty aperture was filled with clear stormproof glass, sunlight flooding unobstructed through the sealed panes to bathe the oak work tables and central bench in warm, unbroken golden light. Ella set down her paintbrush and stepped inside the workshop, her gaze sweeping across the fully glazed window stretching from floor to ceiling along the rear stone wall. The ocean spread out endless beyond the clear glass, every wave crest, distant fishing boat, and pale stretch of horizon visible without wind or mist cutting through the view. She rested one palm light against the cool smooth glass, quiet wonder softening every line of her face. "It's as if the seas pulled right inside the room with us," she whispered. "No more fog blurring the horizon when we sketch late evenings. This glass will hold every sunset clear for us to paint and draft beneath." Kalin stepped beside her, wrapping one arm loose around her waist to pull her gently against his side, his gray eyes fixed on the unbroken ocean view through the new window panes. "No more cold wind biting our wrists while we create in autumn and winter. This room will stay warm and quiet, wrapped around the sea view we both love more than anything." They paused construction for a long midday lunch break, spreading the waterproof blanket over dry grass beside the stacked pine floor planks, sipping lukewarm coffee and cocoa while splitting herb bread and leftover blackberries picked from trail brambles days prior. They talked through the floorboard layout Kalin had drafted the night before, reclaimed pine planks laid parallel to the sea window, thin gaps left between boards for natural air circulation beneath the timber, sealed with salt-resistant wood oil to stop rot from damp ground seeping upward through the packed dirt floor beneath the workshop's stone walls. Once the floors were complete, only minor finishing tasks remained: wall-mounted storage racks for canvases and blueprints, a small cast-iron stove bolted to the north stone wall for cold evenings, and hand-carved name plaques for their respective work tables to mark the space as theirs, intertwined. After lunch they rolled the hand truck full of pine planks inside the workshop and began laying the first row of floorboards along the base of the south window wall, Kalin measuring each plank to trim uneven edges with his handsaw while Ella handed over timber nails and rubber mallets to hammer the planks flat against the dirt subfloor. The work stretched slow through the afternoon, sunlight shifting soft from bright gold to muted peach as the sun slid west toward the ocean horizon, filtering through the new double-glazed window panes to cast long thin oak furniture shadows across the half-laid pine floor beneath their feet. By late Monday evening 3/4 of the workshop's interior floor space was covered in smooth reclaimed pine planks, only a narrow strip along the north stone wall left unfinished to tackle at dawn Tuesday. They stacked leftover uncut pine planks neatly against the side stone wall, covered the exposed dirt floor strip with a thick canvas tarp to shield it from overnight dew and wild coastal animals, then locked the workshop's iron front door tight with the padlock to protect the new glass window panes and laid pine flooring through the night. Hand in hand, they trundled back uphill along the bramble-free trail toward their twin cottages, the faint glow of sunset lingering soft across the distant harbor water far below the cliff rock ledges, quiet tired satisfaction settling light in both their chests at the massive milestone of fitting the workshop's sea view window panes that day. When they reached the split gravel path dividing their garden gates, Kalin pulled Ella close beneath the dim twilight sky dotted with faint early stars, pressing a slow tender kiss to her lips as salt wind tangled their hair together around their cheeks. "Tomorrow we finish the floorboards, then build the timber storage racks along the north wall," he murmured against her mouth once they pulled apart to catch their breath. "By week's end, the workshop will be fully functional, ready for us to move all our paints, sketches, blueprints, and drafting tools down from our separate cottage studios to stay permanently inside the stone space between our homes." Ella smiled soft and unguarded, brushing a stray wind-tousled strand of hair back from his forehead before stepping back through her garden gate toward her quiet cottage, her mind already wandering to the endless quiet creative evenings they'd soon spend side by side beneath the sea view window inside their finished shared workshop space, no lonely silent studios to separate them ever again. Chapter 17. The village planning officer, Mr. Thorne, arrived promptly at 10 o'clock, a thin-lined elderly man with wire-rimmed spectacles and a leather satchel crammed full of coastal land planning maps slung over one shoulder, his gait slow and steady as he crossed the tea shop wooden floor to pull out a chair opposite Kalin at the sea-facing oak table spread with architectural blueprints and written planning proposal paperwork. He greeted both Ella and Kalin with a quiet polite nod, sliding his leather satchel onto the floor beside his chair before leaning forward to run a gnarled fingertip light over the top printed blueprint of Kalin's small cliffside stone cottage designs laid flat atop the paper stacks spread across the table surface. Kalin began his presentation slow and steady, walking Mr. Thorne through every detail of his low-impact coastal building philosophy, explaining his commitment to reclaimed local timber, minimal concrete foundation work, full preservation of wild sea poppy and gorse thickets across all proposed construction sites, small modest building footprints that followed the coastline's natural slope rather than flattening cliff rock and sand flats for generic oversized tourist holiday homes. He pulled out handwritten reference letters from Mr. Hale the lumber yard owner and Maggie the bakery owner to pass across the table for Mr. Thorne to read, alongside printed photographs of the fully cleared, roof-repaired stone workshop outbuilding as tangible visual proof of his gentle abandoned coastal structure renovation approach that left surrounding wild flora untouched during construction work. Ella sat quiet beside Kalin through the full hour-long planning discussion, sipping warm herbal tea from a ceramic mug and listening carefully as Mr. Thorne asked detailed technical questions about storm-resistant window glass, roof slate durability, and waste disposal protocols for future construction building sites along Bryneport's cliff headlands and harbor shoreline. Kalin answered every query with calm thorough precision, pulling scaled supplementary blueprints from his portfolio folder to illustrate structural weather protection designs tailored to withstand harsh winter Atlantic storm winds off the open ocean horizon, never rushing his explanations or cutting the planning officer's detailed follow-up questions short despite the lengthy drawn-out discussion stretching past 11 o'clock midday. When all technical questions had been fully addressed and every reference letter, blueprint, and workshop renovation photograph reviewed line by Mr. Thorne, the planning officer folded his wire-rimmed spectacles shut and leaned back against his wooden chair with a quiet slow sigh, his lined face softening into a gentle approving smile as he glanced back and forth between Kalen's prepared paperwork spread across the oak table and the distant mist-wrapped ocean visible through the tea shop sea-facing front window glass. Bryneport's Village Council Board has spent years fighting off large out-of-town development firms pushing mass tourist housing projects that destroy our coastline's natural wild beauty, Mr. Thorne explained quietly, tapping one finger light against the printed workshop renovation photograph laid flat atop the paper stacks between them. Your design ethos aligns perfectly with everything our small village community has spent decades fighting to protect: small, humble stone homes woven into the landscape rather than dominating it, reclaimed local building materials, zero disruption to native coastal wild flora and tide pool wildlife habitats. I can speak for the full council board when I tell you we will unanimously approve every planning permit application you submit for cliffside, harbor, and abandoned shed renovation builds across Bryneport's coastal land. A visible wave of heavy relief washed over Kalen's shoulders the second Mr. Thorne delivered his unreserved positive verdict on his planning proposal, all weeks of quiet underlying anxiety melting fully away from his rigid architect's posture as he leaned forward across the table to shake Mr. Thorne's gnarled hand tight in grateful thanks, a bright genuine smile breaking across his sharp-lined features for the first time all morning long. Ella squeezed his knee gentle beneath the oak table surface to share in his quiet overwhelming joy, warm happy tears pricking soft at the corners of her eyes as she watched all his months of careful design drafting and proposal preparation finally bear fruit with full official village council support for his coastal building vision on Bryneport's misty cliffs. Mr. Thorne pulled a stamped official village planning permit application form from his leather satchel and slid it across the table toward Kalen to fill out that afternoon for immediate approval of their stone workshop interior renovation project, explaining the council would fast-track all interior construction permits for the outbuilding since the exterior roof and wall preservation work had already been completed without damaging surrounding wild coastal vegetation during the weekend ivy clearing labor weeks prior. He promised to return the fully signed, stamped official workshop renovation permit by midday Thursday once the council office processed Kalen's completed application form submitted before the tea shop closed at 1 o'clock midday Wednesday. Once their formal planning meeting concluded and Mr. Thorne departed the tea shop to return to the village council office to process permit paperwork, Kalen turned to pull Ella tight against his chest across the narrow oak table space, lifting her slightly off her wooden chair to spin her slow in a gentle circle beneath the tea shop's sea-facing window misted soft with thin silver coastal fog rolling off the distant tide flats below the harbor boardwalk outside. He pressed a long tender kiss to her lips once he set her back onto her feet, his gray eyes bright and warm with unbridled quiet joy beneath the muted gray mid-morning light spilling through the tea shop front window glass. We have full council approval for every build we want to design here, he murmured against her mouth, his voice thick with quiet relieved emotion after months of heavy uncertainty about his future career prospects in Bryneport after walking away from London's corporate architecture world permanently. Our workshop interior renovation can begin the second the stamp permit arrives tomorrow, and we can start drafting custom cliff cottage designs for local village residents as soon as we finish building our matching oak creative work tables inside the stone outbuilding beside the sea. They split the warm apple scones wrapped in wax paper that Ella had packed that morning to celebrate the successful council meeting victory, sipping fresh refilled mugs of black coffee and herbal tea beside the mist-fogged sea window of the quiet empty tea shop, murmuring quiet excited plans for the workshop interior construction phase set to kick off Thursday once the official stamped renovation permit arrived from the village council office. No more lingering fear of forced return to London's glass skyscraper corporate design work loomed over their quiet cliffside future, Bryneport's village council had fully welcomed Kalen's gentle coastal building vision, locking their intertwined slow quiet life beside the misty Atlantic waves firmly into place for years to come. Chapter 18. Wednesday afternoon slipped soft and slow beneath thin silver coastal fog drifting gentle across Bryneport's harbor shoreline, the village quiet and calm after the morning's successful council planning meeting at the harbor tea shop. Kalen filled out the official workshop renovation permit application form Mr. Thorne had left behind at the tea shop table with neat precise handwriting, attaching small printed photographs of the fully cleared, roof-repaired stone outbuilding alongside scaled interior layout blueprints of their planned matching oak creative work tables, central shared wooden bench and small cast iron stove installation inside the workshop space before submitting the completed application packet to the village council office clerk just before the 1 o'clock midday closing hour as Mr. Thorne had instructed earlier that morning. After handing over the permit application paperwork to the council office clerk, they wandered hand in hand downhill along the harbor boardwalk toward Maggie's bakery to share the exciting news of full village council approval for Kalen's coastal building designs, eager to let Maggie celebrate their milestone victory alongside them with fresh warm pastry treats from her shop oven. When they pushed open the bakery front door to spill inside the warm cinnamon and butter-scented shop space, Maggie looked up from arranging fresh croissants onto ceramic display trays behind the wooden counter, her crinkled bright eyes lighting up the instant she spotted their intertwined hands and wide unrestrained grins stretched across both their faces as they crossed the bakery stone floor toward her counter space. Word travels fast through this small village. Mr. Thorne popped in 10 minutes ago to tell me your council presentation went perfectly smooth, Maggie laughed, wiping flour dust off her gnarled palms onto her stained cotton bakery apron as she stepped forward to lean against the wooden counter and listen to them recount every detail of the morning's planning meeting victory with the village council officer beside the harbor tea shop sea window. She pulled 2 warm fresh apple scones wrapped in wax paper from the oven rack behind the counter and pressed them into their waiting hands free of charge, alongside a full paper bag of lemon shortbread biscuits to take back uphill to the Cliff Cottages as a quiet celebration gift for their upcoming workshop interior renovation construction phase kicking off Thursday once the stamped official permit arrived from the council office. They lingered inside Maggie's bakery for over an hour, chatting soft about Ella's rotating seasonal watercolor series hanging on the bakery stone wall display, discussing new custom painting commission requests village customers had left written into the lined notebook Maggie kept beside the front artwork wall, while also outlining Kalen's upcoming custom local cottage design business now fully backed by official village council planning permit approval for all low-impact coastal construction builds across Bryneport's cliff headlands and harbor shoreline. Maggie promised to pass along every local resident inquiry about small stone cottage renovations and new custom cliff home designs to Kalen as village customers stopped by her bakery each morning to view Ella's watercolor wall display, a steady stream of potential local clients waiting to commission his gentle landscape-respecting architectural designs once word spread through the village of his full council permit approval victory Wednesday afternoon. Before they turned to leave the bakery to trudge back uphill along the tide-flat sand shore toward their twin cliff cottages as soft lavender dusk began creeping over the distant Atlantic Ocean horizon, Maggie pulled Ella aside for a quiet private word beside the stone wall lined with her displayed watercolor canvases, her voice lowered gentle so Kalen could not overhear their quiet private exchange beside the bakery's front artwork display space. Your mother would be endlessly proud to see your paintings lining this bakery wall and your architect partner building gentle stone homes alongside our coastline, Maggie whispered, squeezing Ella's palm tight in her own flour-dusted gnarled hand, warm fondness softening every lined wrinkle across her elderly face as she glanced back and forth between Ella's misty coastal watercolors hanging neat along the pale stone wall and Kalen waiting quiet beside the bakery front door with his portfolio slung over one shoulder. You two have rebuilt something soft and beautiful out of separate lonely grief on these cliffs. Don't ever take that quiet shared happiness for granted beside the sea. Ella nodded, warm grateful tears pricking soft at the corners of her eyes as she squeezed Maggie's hand tight in silent thanks for her years of quiet unwavering support of her artwork and her gentle care through Ella's long isolated grieving years after her mother's passing 5 years prior. She rejoined Kaylin beside the bakery front door clutching the paper bag of lemon shortbread Maggie had gifted them for their celebration, lacing her fingers tight through his as they waved gentle farewell to the elderly baker and stepped back out onto the cool mist-wrapped harbor stone lane to begin the slow uphill trek back along the tide-flat sand shore toward their cliff headland cottage gardens hidden beneath soft silver evening fog rolling off the distant Atlantic tide far below the cliff rock ledges. The walk uphill felt light and unburdened beneath dim twilight dotted with faint early stars pricking thin through wispy fog cloud cover overhead, every heavy weight of lingering uncertainty about their shared cliffside future fully lifted from both their chests after the morning's council planning meeting victory and Maggie's warm celebratory bakery send-off with fresh pastries and shortbread biscuits tucked into Ella's coat pocket beside her watercolor sketchbook. They split lemon shortbread biscuits between them as they trundled slow across smooth-packed tide-flat sand before climbing the moss-slick stone steps winding upward toward the cliff headland twin cottages, quiet excited murmurs passing soft between them about Thursday's official stamped workshop renovation permit arrival and the interior oak work table construction work set to begin at dawn the following morning once all council paperwork was fully finalized and approved by the village council. Office staff. When they crested the cliff headland and spotted their whitewashed stone cottage roofs glowing faint warm gold beneath dim twilight fog softness overhead, Kaylin squeezed her hand gentle tight before turning to face her fully beneath the faint star-dusted silver mist sky hanging low over the endless Atlantic waves stretching west toward the distant sunset horizon far beyond the harbor boardwalk shoreline far below their garden gravel paths. Tomorrow morning once we collect the stamped workshop permit from the council office, he said quiet, his gray eyes bright and tender beneath thin silver evening fog light spilling soft over the mist-wrapped cliff grass surrounding their garden gates, we'll head straight to Mr. Hale's lumber yard to collect the reclaimed oak timber planks we ordered weeks ago for our matching workshop work tables, bring them down to the stone outbuilding clearing space and begin measuring, cutting, and assembling. The 2 wide creative workstations beneath the big South Sea view window by midday Thursday. No more delays, no more waiting for council approval holding our shared creative workshop dream back any longer. Ella smiled soft and unguarded beneath the misty twilight sky dotted with faint pinpricks of early stars overhead, leaning forward to press a slow tender kiss to his jawline beside the faint scar slicing through his left eyebrow as the cool salt wind swirled soft around their intertwined forms on the damp gravel path dividing their 2 garden gates between the twin cliff cottages perched atop Bryneport's misty headland shoreline. All quiet fear of lonely isolated future nights beside the sea melted fully away beneath the soft silver evening fog wrapping their intertwined quiet happiness tight beside the wild Atlantic tide far below the cliff rock ledges. Chapter 19. Thursday dawn arrived crisp and clear, stripped of the silver fog that had clung to the harbor the day before. Pale honey sunlight spilled over the Atlantic the moment the sky lightened, gilding the edges of the twin cottage stone walls and stretching long thin shadows across the overgrown gravel paths separating their gardens. Ella woke alone in her bed, having returned to her cottage late Wednesday night to sort rolled watercolor canvases bound for Maggie's rotating bakery display, a quiet thrumming excitement thrumming steady beneath her ribs at the day ahead, collecting the official stamped workshop renovation permit, hauling reclaimed oak timber to the stone outbuilding, and beginning construction on their matching creative work tables beneath the wide South Sea view window. She pulled on soft wool layers and waterproof walking boots, brewed a full thermos of spiced hot cocoa, and tucked a stack of blank watercolor sketch paper into her leather bag before waiting on her frost-dusted stone porch. Kaylin appeared exactly at 5:30, portfolio tucked beneath one arm, a metal tape measure and small handsaw strapped to his belt loop, 2 paper mugs of black coffee steaming in his free hand. He crossed the gravel divide in 3 quick strides, pressing a warm kiss to her cold forehead before passing one mug into her waiting palms. Mr. Thorne sent word through Maggie yesterday evening the fully signed workshop permit is waiting at the council office front desk for collection at 6 sharp, he said, nodding toward the downhill trail leading to the village harbor. Once we pick it up, we head straight to Hale's lumber yard to load the oak timber planks onto his small delivery trolley. He's holding them aside for us, pre-cut to rough lengths to save hours of sawing once we reach the clearing. They trundled downhill across the exposed low-tide sand flats, their boots sinking soft into damp packed sand, shallow glassy tide pools glinting gold beneath early sunrise light scattered across the shoreline. Small flocks of oyster catchers darted across the wet mud hunting shellfish, their high thin cries carrying far over the quiet water. They walked hand in hand, sipping warm coffee and cocoa, talking through every detail of the work table construction plan Kalin had drafted late Wednesday night beside his fireplace, identical 4-foot-wide oak tabletops, solid timber legs reinforced with hidden cross beams, shallow built-in storage drawers beneath each surface to hold paint supplies on Ella's side and blueprint rolls on his. The village council office sat tucked beside the harbor tea shop, its wooden front door unlocked at 6 a.m. sharp as promised. A young clerk sat behind a worn oak desk, sliding a thick cream paper envelope embossed with Bryneport's village coastal crest across the counter the second they stepped inside. Inside rested the fully stamped, signed renovation permit, every page marked with the council's official wax seal, granting unrestricted permission to complete all interior workshop construction without further inspection delays or paperwork hold UPS. Kalin folded the permit carefully and slipped it into the inner pocket of his windbreaker, a quiet relieved exhale slipping past his lips once the secure seal of the document rested safely against his chest. All barriers lifted, he murmured, lacing his fingers tight through Ella's as they stepped back out onto the stone harbor lane, the weight of months of waiting finally lifted fully from his shoulders. Nothing stands between us and our finished shared workshop now. A 10-minute walk inland brought them to Mr. Hale's lumber yard, the tall stack of aged reclaimed oak planks waiting neatly beside the yard's front gate, smooth pale timber stripped of old paint and rot, sourced from dismantled vintage fishing boats and abandoned Highland Croft frames decades prior. Mr. Hale himself met them at the gate, hauling a small flatbed wooden trolley over to stack the timber planks securely, looping thick canvas straps around the wood to stop the planks sliding loose during the uphill haul to the cliff clearing. He handed over a small bag of metal screws, timber glue, and sandpaper free of charge as a celebration gift for their successful council permit approval, clapping Kalin firmly on the shoulder with a calloused carpenter's palm. Word spread through every fisherman and shopkeeper in town that you'll design gentle low-impact stone cottages for anyone who asks, Mr. Hale said with a gruff warm chuckle, wiping sawdust from his flannel sleeve. I've had 3 locals stop by already this morning asking to book design consultations for cottage renovations along the northern headland cliffs. Your work's exactly what this village's been craving for years. Kalin thanked him sincerely, and together they wheeled the timber trolley out of the lumber yard gate, splitting the weight between them to pull the heavy load back toward the tide-flat shoreline trail winding uphill to the stone outbuilding clearing space halfway between their 2 cottage gardens. The uphill trek moved slow, the oak timber heavy across the trolley's wooden frame, and they paused every 15 minutes to rest beside driftwood logs washed up on the sand flats, sipping lukewarm cocoa and splitting oat biscuits to replenish their strength beneath bright climbing morning sunlight. By 9 a.m. they reached the fully cleared, roof-repaired stone workshop outbuilding, wheeling the trolley of oak timber planks to rest beside the wide empty south window frame overlooking the ocean horizon. Kalin unlatched his portfolio and spread scaled work table blueprints flat across a dry stone ledge, pulling his metal tape measure and pencil to mark precise cut lines onto the reclaimed oak planks while Ella spread her watercolor supplies across a separate smooth stone slab, mixing gold and pale blue pigment to paint a reference study of the timber stacks bathed in mid-morning sunlight filtering through the workshop's empty window frame. The morning slipped into quiet synchronized labor. Kalin measured, marked, and cut oak timber with his hand saw, the steady low scrape of metal against wood blending soft with distant seagull cries and the slow crash of waves far below the cliff rock ledges. Ella painted beside him, pausing every few brush strokes to glance over at his focused work, quiet admiration softening her features as she watched him turn raw reclaimed timber into the frame of their shared creative future beneath the sea view window. Every cut timber piece he stacked neat against the stone wall brought them one tangible step closer to the finished workshop space they dreamed of side by side beneath Bryneport's misty cliffs. At midday they paused construction for a long lunch break, spreading Kalin's waterproof blanket over dry grass beside the timber stacks to split lemon shortbread Maggie had gifted them, alongside fresh ripe blackberries Ella had picked from bramble vines lining the trail the previous weekend. They leaned shoulder to shoulder against the bare pale stone workshop wall, staring out at the endless blue Atlantic stretching unbroken westward beneath a cloudless sky, murmuring soft plans for once the two oak work tables were fully assembled, installing wall storage racks for canvases and blueprints, laying smooth pine floorboards across the rough packed dirt interior floor, fitting double-glazed sea-safe glass into the empty south window frame before autumn storm season arrived off the ocean horizon. Once the workshop's fully finished, Ella said quietly, twisting a ripe blackberry between her fingertips before popping it onto her tongue, "I want to host a small quiet open evening for Maggie, Mr. Hale, Mr. Thorne, and a handful of local villagers who've supported my paintings and your building designs. No loud crowds, just warm cocoa, fresh bakery pastries, and a chance for everyone to see the space we built together from an abandoned overgrown shed hidden beneath brambles and ivy." Kalin turned his head to look at her, sunlight gilding the sharp soft lines of his face, and lifted one hand to brush loose chestnut strands back from her wind-tousled hair, his calloused thumb brushing gentle slow circles over her cheekbone beneath bright midday sunlight spilling over the clearing grass around their blanket spread. "That sounds perfect. A quiet tribute to every local who believed in our vision for this coastline before the council stamped our permits and the timber planks arrived. We'll hang your workshop construction watercolors along the stone interior walls for the open evening, display my cottage design blueprints beside them side by side." After lunch they returned to timber cutting and measuring work, the afternoon stretching slow and warm beneath unbroken golden sunlight hanging high over the cliff headland. By late Thursday afternoon, all tabletop and leg timber pieces were fully cut, sanded smooth and stacked neat beside the workshop's south window frame, ready for assembly the following dawn once they brought timber clamps and heavy-duty wood glue down from Kalin's cottage storage space Friday morning. They locked the outbuilding's iron front door tight with the padlock to secure all expensive reclaimed oak timber planks overnight, wheeling the empty trolley back downhill to return to Mr. Hale's lumber yard before trundling hand in hand uphill toward their twin cottages as soft peach sunset bled across the distant Atlantic waves far below the cliff rock ledges. When they reached the split gravel path dividing their garden gates, Kalin pulled Ella close against his chest beneath the glowing sunset sky, wrapping both arms firm around her waist to press a long tender kiss to her lips, salt wind tangling their hair together as the soft crash of tide waves hummed a quiet soundtrack around their intertwined forms on the damp gravel path between their whitewashed stone cottage gardens. "Tomorrow we assemble the tables," he whispered against her mouth once they pulled apart to catch their breath, gray eyes bright with quiet unshakable hope beneath peach sunset light spilling soft over the mist-free cliff headland surrounding their home. "Soon we'll sit side by side beneath that big sea window to paint and draft every dawn and dusk, no separate empty studios pulling us apart ever again." Ella nodded, smiling soft and unguarded against his jawline, before slipping back through her garden gate to her quiet cottage, her heart light and unburdened, already dreaming of the finished oak work tables waiting to be built inside their bare stone workshop space come Friday morning. Chapter 20. Friday morning arrived warm and windless, the ocean surface glassy smooth beneath a cloudless pale blue sky, no mist or storm winds stirring the water far out beyond the harbor boardwalk shoreline. Ella rose early, packing extra watercolor paper and a full set of new paint brushes into her leather sketch bag alongside a thermos of hot mint tea, then waited on her porch as Kalen wandered over from his cottage carrying a heavy canvas tool sack stuffed full of timber clamps, wood glue, sanding blocks and measuring rulers for the day's work table assembly at the stone workshop clearing space. They walked downhill along the tide-flat sand shore hand in hand, the quiet shoreline empty save for a few early fishermen mending nets beside their tied wooden boats bobbing gentle in the glassy harbor water, soft golden pre-sunrise light spilling unbroken over every shallow reflective tide pool scattered across the exposed flat sand beneath their walking boots. When they reached the locked stone outbuilding clearing, Kalen unlocked the iron front padlock and swung the wooden door wide open, the stacked sanded oak timber planks still neat and untouched beside the wide South Sea view window frame as they'd left them Thursday evening before sunset. Kalen spread his scaled assembly blueprints flat across a smooth stone slab near the timber stacks, sorting pre-cut tabletop, leg, and crossbeam pieces into separate neat piles before laying down thick canvas drop cloths across the packed dirt workshop floor to catch stray wood glue and fine oak sawdust during assembly work. Ella set up her watercolor station on a stone ledge just outside the workshop's open doorway, positioned to capture soft morning sunlight filtering through the empty south window frame to paint reference sketches of the table assembly process unfolding inside the stone structure as Kalen fitted timber pieces together with clamps and slow careful applications of strong timber glue. The assembly work demanded slow, precise patience to ensure both matching work tables stood perfectly level beneath the sea view window, their tabletops aligned at identical heights to create a symmetrical balanced creative space split evenly between Ella's watercolor art station and Kalen's architectural drafting zone. Kalen fitted thick oak leg posts into pre-cut tabletop notches, sliding solid crossbeams between each leg set to reinforce stability against harsh winter storm winds rattling the workshop stone walls, tightening metal timber clamps around every joint before brushing thick clear wood glue into every timber seam to lock the pieces permanently in place long-term. Ella alternated between painting small quick watercolor studies of the half-assembled oak frames and stepping inside the workshop to hand Kalen extra clamps, sanding blocks and glue rags whenever he gestured for supplies mid-assembly, their silent synchronized rhythm honed over weeks of shared cliffside labor and quiet creative work side by side beneath Brineport's shifting coastal sunlight. They spoke rarely through the morning hours, their movements matched without needing verbal instruction, a quiet wordless understanding woven deep between them after months of wandering, clearing, building and creating together beside the misty Atlantic tide far below their cottage cliff headland home. By mid-morning the first full work table frame stood complete, 4 thick oak legs locked firm to a wide smooth sanded tabletop, crossbeams hidden beneath the surface to avoid blocking legroom beneath the workstation, perfectly level when Kalen ran his metal measuring tape along every edge to double-check alignment against his scaled blueprint measurements. He stepped back to stare at the finished table frame, a quiet proud smile tugging at the corner of his mouth beneath bright midday sunlight streaming through the workshop's empty south window glass, then turned to start assembling the second identical oak work table beside it to mirror the first beneath the wide sea view frame. Ella paused her watercolor painting to step inside the workshop and run one gentle palm slow over the smooth sanded oak tabletop surface of the first finished workstation, warm pale timber soft beneath her fingertips, faint natural grain patterns winding gentle across the reclaimed wood planks sourced from old fishing boats and Highland croft frames decades prior. "It's even more beautiful than I pictured in my sketches," she whispered, glancing sideways at Kalin as he tightened clamps around the second table's leg joints beside her. The reclaimed oak holds so much quiet history from old coastal homes and boats, now repurposed to hold our art and blueprints side by side beneath the sea window. Exactly the point of using reclaimed timber, Kalin replied, wiping excess wood glue off his calloused palms with a linen rag before tightening another metal clamp around the second table's crossbeam joint. Nothing new mass-produced, nothing stripped fresh from unspoiled woodland wood that already lived a life beside the sea, now reborn as the foundation of our shared creative space here on Bryneport's cliffs. They broke for midday lunch once the second table frame was fully glued and clamped into place, spreading the waterproof blanket over dry clearing grass beside the timber stacks to split warm cinnamon croissants from Maggie's bakery and sip lukewarm tea and coffee from their metal thermoses, staring in quiet satisfaction at the two matching oak work table frames standing parallel beneath the workshop's wide empty south window frame, sunlight flooding the empty space between their tabletops where they planned to build a low shared wooden bench for cocoa mugs, sketchbooks and quiet midday rest breaks between painting and drafting work. After lunch they returned to workshop labor, sanding down every timber joint seam smooth to remove excess dried wood glue, rounding the sharp oak tabletop edges with fine grit sandpaper to avoid splinters during hours of daily creative work, stacking small leftover timber offcuts beside the stone wall to build the central shared bench between the two work tables once the glue fully cured overnight Friday evening. By late afternoon both table frames stood fully assembled, sanded smooth and clamped tight to cure undisturbed through the night inside the locked stone workshop outbuilding space. Before locking the iron front door with the padlock to head back uphill toward their twin cottages as peach sunset spilled soft across the distant Atlantic waves far below the cliff rock ledges, Kalin pulled a small folded scrap blueprint paper from his portfolio pocket and unfolded it flat to show Ella the rough sketch he'd drafted of the central shared bench between their two oak work tables, low wide reclaimed oak seating, built-in narrow shelving beneath the bench surface to store cocoa mugs, sketchbooks and small coastal stone trinkets they'd collected on cliff walks together, a tiny wall-mounted cast iron stove fixed to the stone wall directly behind the bench for cold misty winter creative evenings spent working side by side beneath the sea view window glass. "We'll build the bench Saturday morning once the table glue cures solid overnight," he explained, tracing a pencil fingertip light over the rough bench sketch spread flat between them on the clearing grass beside the stacked timber offcuts. "Once the bench is finished, the only major structural task left is fitting the double-glazed sea-safe window panes into the south frame and laying smooth pine floorboards across the packed dirt workshop interior floor space, then the workshop's core construction phase will be fully complete, ready to fill with our paints, blueprints, sketchbooks, and small personal coastal treasures we've collected over months together on these cliffs." Ella leaned her head light against his shoulder to stare at the rough bench sketch spread across the grass between their knees, quiet warm excitement thrumming soft steady beneath her ribs at the vision of their fully finished shared creative workshop taking tangible shape piece by piece before their eyes over every day of shared labor side by side beside Bryneport's wild misty Atlantic coastline. She lifted one hand to lace her fingers tight through his, squeezing his palm gentle beneath soft peach late afternoon sunset light spilling over the bare stone workshop wall surrounding their clearing space, grateful beyond words for every slow hard labor day they'd spent hand in hand to build this quiet dream from an abandoned ivy-choked shed hidden behind wild brambles weeks prior. They locked the workshop's iron front door secure with the padlock to leave the clamped oak table frames curing undisturbed overnight, gathered their painting and drafting supplies, and trundled hand in hand back uphill along the bramble trail toward their twin whitewashed stone cottage gardens perched atop the cliff headland as dusk painted pale lavender haze across the endless ocean horizon stretching west far beyond the harbor boardwalk shoreline far below their gravel garden paths. Chapter 21 Saturday dawn arrived soft and mild, a thin layer of wispy white cloud drifting slow across the pale blue sky above the Atlantic, diffusing harsh morning sunlight into gentle silver gold illumination perfect for fine timber sanding and bench construction work down at the stone workshop clearing space halfway between their two cottage garden plots. Ella woke early to brew a double batch of spiced hot cocoa to fill two large metal thermoses for the day's labor, packing fresh oat biscuits and a small sack of wild blackberries picked from trail brambles into her canvas carry bag before waiting quiet on her stone porch for Kalen to wander over from his cottage with his full timber tool kit slung over one shoulder, a stack of leftover reclaimed oak offcuts balanced on his free arm to build the central shared bench between their two fully cured oak work table frames inside the stone outbuilding workshop space. When Kalen reached her porch steps, he pressed a quick soft sleepy kiss to her cold cheeks before handing over a small paper bag of warm lemon shortbread Maggie had left out for him at the bakery shop front early Saturday morning, explaining the elderly baker had mentioned multiple village customers stopping by each day to ask after Ella's rotating watercolor wall display and inquire about custom coastal painting commissions for their cottage living room fireplaces. They split one shortbread between them as they trundled hand in hand downhill along the tide-flat sand shore trail toward the stone workshop clearing space, soft golden pre-sunrise light glinting off shallow reflective tide pools scattered across the wide exposed sand flats beneath their waterproof walking boot soles. Upon unlocking the workshop's iron front padlock and swinging the wooden door wide open to step inside the bare stone interior space, they found the two matching oak work table frames fully cured, wood glue set hard solid into every timber joint seam, metal clamps ready to be removed to reveal smooth seamless oak tabletops standing parallel beneath the wide empty South Sea view window frame dominating the workshop's entire back stone wall surface facing the distant Atlantic Ocean horizon far below the cliff rock ledges. Kalen set his timber tool kit down beside the stacked leftover oak offcuts and began systematically unclamping every metal timber fastener from the table leg and crossbeam joints one by one, setting the heavy metal clamps aside in a neat pile against the stone side wall once removed for storage back at his cottage after the day's bench construction labor wrapped up by sunset Saturday evening. With clamps fully cleared away, they spent the first hour of Saturday morning fine sanding every oak tabletop edge, leg surface, and timber joint seam with ultrafine grit sandpaper blocks to smooth faint leftover glue residue and minor timber splinters from the reclaimed wood planks, running bare palm slow across every inch of the two matching workstations to check for rough uneven surfaces that might catch paintbrushes, blueprint paper, or their forearms during long daily creative sessions spent side by side beneath the sea view window glass. Ella paused sanding occasionally to step outside the workshop doorway and lay out her watercolor supplies on a smooth stone ledge, mixing soft gold and lavender pigment to paint reference watercolor sketches of the fully finished oak work tables bathed in diffused Saturday morning sunlight filtering through the empty south window frame of the bare stone workshop space surrounding their clearing labor zone. Once fine sanding work on both table frames wrapped up by mid-morning, they shifted focus to constructing the low shared oak bench positioned centrally between the two matching work tables beneath the wide sea view window frame, using the leftover reclaimed oak offcuts Kalen had hauled down from his cottage storage space at dawn Saturday morning. Kalen measured, marked, and cut the bench seat planks and supporting leg frames with his handsaw, while Ella handed over sandpaper blocks, timber glue, and metal screws as needed mid-construction, their silent synchronized workflow now second nature after weeks of shared cliffside building labor clearing ivy, repairing roof slates and assembling work table frames hand in hand beside the stone workshop's bare pale stone walls beneath shifting coastal sunlight every dawn and dusk together. By midday the bench's base frame was fully glued, clamped, and set to cure alongside the two finished oak work tables beneath the sea view window glass, leaving them free to pause construction labor for a long relaxed lunch break spread across Kalen's waterproof blanket laid over dry clearing grass beside stacked oak timber offcuts and metal timber tool storage sacks lined against the workshop's exterior stone foundation wall. They split wild blackberries, oat biscuits, and Maggie's lemon shortbread between them, sipping warm spiced cocoa and black coffee from their metal thermoses as they leaned shoulder to shoulder against the smooth bare stone rear wall of the outbuilding, staring out at the endless glassy Atlantic Ocean stretching unbroken westward beneath thin wispy cloud cover overhead, murmuring soft quiet plans for the final two major workshop renovation tasks left to complete once bench construction fully wrapped up Sunday evening, fitting double-glazed sea-safe window panes into the empty south frame and laying smooth reclaimed pine floorboards across the packed dirt workshop interior floor space beneath their two oak work tables and central shared oak bench frame curing solid beneath the sea view window glass. Once the windows and floorboards are finished next week, Ella said quietly, twisting a ripe dark blackberry between her fingertips before popping it onto her tongue, we can start moving our separate creative supplies down to the workshop from our two cottage studios. All my watercolor pans, sketchbooks, blank textured paper and finished canvas storage tubes, your full set of drafting rulers, blueprint rolls, wooden cottage model displays and measuring tape collection. No more hauling sketch bags and portfolio folders back and forth uphill every dawn and dusk. Everything we need to create will live permanently inside the stone space between our two garden plots, just a short gravel walk away from both our cottage front doors. Kalen turned his head to gaze at her, diffused silver gold Saturday midday sunlight softening every sharp architect's line of his face beneath thin wispy cloud cover drifting slow across the pale blue sky overhead, lifting one calloused hand to brush loose wind-tousled chestnut strands back from her forehead, his gray eyes warm and tender with quiet unshakable fondness woven deep beneath his calm steady exterior after months of shared quiet coastal life beside her on Bryneport's misty cliff headland shoreline. We'll build wall-mounted timber storage racks along the north stone wall once floors and windows are fully installed. One full rack system for your canvases and paint supplies, an identical matching rack on the opposite side for my blueprints and building model displays, balanced and symmetrical to mirror our two work tables and central bench beneath the big sea view window glass. After finishing their lunch break and packing away empty biscuit wrappers and thermoses back into canvas storage sacks, they returned to bench construction labor for the remainder of Saturday afternoon, sanding down every oak bench timber offcut smooth before gluing and clamping seat planks onto the cured base frame beneath the sea view window glass inside the stone workshop interior space. As late afternoon peach sunset light began bleeding soft across the distant Atlantic Ocean horizon far below the cliff rock ledges surrounding their clearing labor zone, the full oak bench frame stood complete, all seat planks secured tight with dried timber glue and metal screw fasteners, sanded smooth and ready to rest undisturbed overnight to fully cure solid by Sunday dawn for final polishing work before window and floorboard installation kicked off early the following week. They locked the workshop's iron front door secure with the padlock once all timber tools, sandpaper blocks, and leftover oak offcuts were stacked neat against the exterior stone foundation wall to avoid overnight coastal wind blowing loose timber scraps down the steep cliff trail toward the tide-flat sand shoreline far below their garden gravel paths, gathered their watercolor and drafting supplies into canvas carry sacks, and trundled hand in hand back uphill along the bramble trail toward their twin whitewashed stone cottage gardens perched atop Bryneport's mist-free cliff headland as pale lavender dusk haze wrapped soft around the distant fishing boats bobbing gentle in the glassy harbor water far below the Stone Harbor boardwalk shoreline. Chapter 12. Dawn arrived soft and misty on Saturday morning, thin silver fog rolling slow off the ocean tide to wrap the entire cliff headland in pale gray haze that blurred the line between sky and sea until mid-morning sunlight burned through the damp mist overhead. Ella dragged herself out of bed at 4:45 a.m. already dressed in thick canvas gardening overalls, scuffed rubber work boots, and a faded old wool jumper her mother had owned years prior, her gardening gloves and small pruning secateurs stuffed into a woven canvas sack propped beside the front hallway latch ready for their trip into Bryneport Village lumber yard with Kalen at first light. She brewed a quick pot of spiced hot cocoa to fill two metal thermoses for their day of workshop clearing labor, Wrapping 2 homemade oat biscuits in wax paper to tuck into her canvas sack for mid-morning snacks, then waited quiet on her frost-dusted stone porch as faint golden pre-dawn light seeped thin through the silver coastal fog hanging low over the cliff waves far below their garden gravel paths. Exactly 5 o'clock, as they'd loosely agreed the evening prior, Kalen's broad silhouette rounded the bend of the overgrown gravel trail winding from his cottage garden, a large empty wheelbarrow balanced on one shoulder, a stack of thick canvas gardening sacks slung over his other arm, 2 brand new pairs of reinforced leather work gloves clutched tight in one palm to replace Ella's frayed old fabric gloves that would tear against sharp bramble thorns during their day of clearing tangled wild vines from the stone outbuilding walls. "Bought these at the village general store late yesterday afternoon," he explained, stepping forward to press a quick warm kiss to her cold cheeks before passing one pair of thick leather work gloves into her waiting hands, his gray eyes soft and fond beneath thin silver pre-dawn fog light spilling over the gravel path around their boots. "Fabric gloves won't stand up to blackberry bramble thorns wrapped thick around the workshop's stone foundation. These leather ones will protect your palms from cuts and scrapes all weekend while we strip back the ivy vines." Ella slipped the heavy leather gloves onto her chilled palms one by one, testing their sturdy thick texture with a quiet grateful smile, swinging her woven canvas sack of pruning tools over one shoulder to follow Kalen down the narrow grassy trail cutting toward the main village lane winding half a mile inland from the cliff headland shoreline. The fog clung thick around their ankles as they walked, muffling distant seagull cries and the soft crash of tide waves far below the cliff rock ledges, wrapping the entire quiet coastline in a soft unbroken silver haze that muted every sharp edge of Bryneport's rugged wild landscape for the early morning hours before full sunrise burned the mist away overhead. The walk inland to the village lumber yard took 20 slow unhurried minutes, no rush pushing their footsteps forward, pausing twice mid-journey to watch small flocks of wild coastal birds dart fast across fog-shrouded farm fields lining either side of the narrow dirt village lane. When they reached the lumber yard's weathered wooden front gate, the elderly owner Mr. Hale was already unlocking the large metal storage shed doors to unstack reclaimed oak timber planks onto wooden trolleys ready for early morning village customers, his weathered-lined face lighting up the instant he spotted Ella and Kalen walking hand in hand through the yard gate carrying gardening sacks and a metal wheelbarrow slung over Kalen's shoulder. "Heard Maggie talking about your watercolors hanging in her bakery wall yesterday afternoon," Mr. Hale laughed, wiping sawdust dust off his gnarled carpenter's hands onto a faded flannel shirt sleeve as he stepped forward to greet them beside a tall stack of aged reclaimed oak timber planks. "Said a fisherman already put cash down for one of your Stormcliff seascapes first thing yesterday morning. Small village word travels fast around Bryneport once something new and gentle lands in Maggie's bakery shop front." Kalen explained their plans for renovating the abandoned stone fisherman's outbuilding tucked halfway between their 2 cliff cottage gardens, outlining their request for reclaimed local oak timber to build 2 matching wide creative work tables inside the workshop, new roofing slate samples to repair cracked roof sections, thick double-glazed sea-safe window glass panes to replace the shattered empty frame on the outbuilding's south-facing wall, and rough measurements scribbled onto a spare blueprint page for Mr. Hale to calculate a fair discounted village resident price for all their required renovation supplies. Mr. Hale traced a carpenter's pencil slow over Kalen's handwritten rough measurements scribbled across the blueprint margin, nodding quiet approval at the low-impact reclaimed timber renovation plan aligned with gentle coastal preservation that Kalen specialized in designing for Bryneport's local village residents, far removed from the mass concrete corporate construction work he'd left behind in London's crowded city streets months prior. He offered a 30% permanent local resident discount on all lumber, slate, and glass supplies for their workshop renovation, waiving delivery fees to haul all timber and building materials directly up the cliff trail to the stone outbuilding by midday once they finished their morning supply list order at the lumber yard counter. "Anyone who designs gentle small stone builds that don't bulldoze our coastline's wild flora deserves a steep discount on lumber," Mr. Hale stated firmly, scribbling the discounted price total onto a lined paper receipt slip and passing it across the wooden counter to Kalin for him to sign and pay once they'd finalized all supply orders for the workshop renovation project. I've watched wealthy out-of-town developers roll into Bryinport year after year to buy cliffland and strip every gorse and sea poppy bush to build generic identical holiday cabins that block all local sea views. Your small low-impact cottage and workshop designs treat this coast with the quiet respect it's owed. Once all renovation supply orders were signed, paid for, and scheduled for midday delivery up the cliff trail to the stone outbuilding, Mr. Hale lent them 2 heavy metal garden rakes, 3 sharp pruning saws, and a stack of extra thick canvas waste sacks to haul away dead ivy vines, bramble branches, and tangled wild undergrowth cleared from the workshop's stone walls and foundation over the weekend clearing work ahead. Kalin stacked the borrowed gardening tools onto his metal wheelbarrow, slinging the handles over one shoulder to pull the wheelbarrow slow behind him as they turned to wave gentle farewell to Mr. Hale and trudge back down the dirt village lane toward their cliff headland garden plots hidden behind thick fog-shrouded gorse and blackberry bramble bushes lining the trail sides. By 7:30 a.m. the thin silver coastal fog had burned thin and lifted far out over the open Atlantic Ocean horizon, soft golden sunlight spilling unobstructed over the cliff headland shoreline to gild the ivy-wreathed stone outbuilding waiting hidden halfway between their 2 cottage garden gravel paths. They parked the metal wheelbarrow beside the outbuilding's rusted iron front door frame, laid all borrowed pruning saws, rakes, and waste canvas sacks out across flat dry grass beside the stone foundation, and slipped their thick leather work gloves tight over their palms to begin stripping back decades of tangled ivy vines wrapping thick around every stone wall surface of the abandoned fisherman's workshop space. The clearing work was slow, heavy physical labor that demanded quiet patience to avoid scratching and damaging the soft aged pale cliff rock beneath the thick intertwined ivy vines clinging tight to the stone walls. They split the labor evenly between them. Kalin used sharp pruning saws to cut thick mature ivy vine stems wrapped tight around window frames and roof slate edges, hauling large tangled bundles of dead and live ivy vines to stack inside the canvas waste sacks for later disposal down at the village compost heap near the harbor shoreline. Ella used small sharp pruning secateurs and metal garden rakes to strip thinner loose ivy tendrils and tangled blackberry bramble thorns from the stone foundation base and lower wall surfaces, brushing loose dead vine debris away from the rock crevices with gloved palms to expose the smooth solid pale cliff stone hidden beneath layers of overgrown wild vegetation for 70 years. They worked side by side in comfortable unbroken silence for hours, only pausing every 90 minutes to sip warm cocoa and black coffee from their metal thermoses, split oat biscuits and lemon shortbread snacks Maggie had gifted them the day prior, and lean against the stone outbuilding's exposed wall surfaces to rest their tired shoulders beneath bright golden midday sunlight spilling soft over the cliff headland overhead. Every large bundle of ivy vines they cut away and stacked into waste sacks revealed more smooth solid pale stone wall hidden beneath wild tangled undergrowth, slowly uncovering the clean sturdy rectangular shape of their future shared creative workshop space buried beneath decades of unmanaged coastal wild flora. By midday a distant rumble of a small lumber yard delivery truck echoed faint up the winding cliff trail from the village lane below, Mr. Hale's teenage grandson hauling a wooden flatbed trolley stacked high with reclaimed oak timber planks, new gray roof slates, double-glazed window glass panes, and small sacks of stone repair mortar up to the stone outbuilding's grass clearing space beside their stacked canvas waste sacks full of stripped ivy vine bundles. The young delivery helper unloaded all renovation supplies neatly beside the outbuilding's south-facing window frame, waved quick goodbye, and trundled back downhill toward the village lumber yard with his empty flatbed trolley to return for additional supply runs later in the weekend if they required extra timber or roofing slate for the workshop repair work ahead. After the delivery truck vanished back down the fog-free cliff trail toward the village shoreline, Ella and Kalin paused their ivy clearing labor for a full midday lunch break, spreading Kalen's waterproof blanket over a flat dry grass patch beside the stacked oak timber planks to sit side by side and split a fresh paper bag of Maggie's lemon shortbread alongside lukewarm cocoa and coffee from their metal thermoses. They leaned their tired shoulders against one another beneath bright midday sunlight hanging high over the cliff headland, staring out at the slowly uncovered smooth pale stone walls of their workshop space, quiet satisfied warmth settling soft deep in their chests at how much tangled wild overgrowth they'd stripped away from the outbuilding's surfaces in only half a day of shared labor side by side. By Sunday evening we'll have all ivy and brambles fully stripped from every wall and foundation surface, Kalen murmured, nodding toward the large stacked canvas waste sacks full of tangled vines lined beside the metal wheelbarrow near the outbuilding's front door frame, his gray eyes soft and relieved beneath bright golden overhead sunlight spilling over the cliff grass around their blanket spread. Once the overgrowth is fully cleared away, we can begin repairing cracked roof slates first thing Monday morning before I meet the village planning officer at the Harbor Tea Shop to submit my formal low-impact coastal cottage design letter to the Brineport Local Council. Ella nodded, reaching one gloved hand across the blanket to lace her leather-covered fingers tight through his, squeezing his palm gentle as she stared at the clean exposed pale stone walls slowly emerging from beneath decades of wild tangled coastal vines. I can draft seasonal watercolor sketches each evening once we finish clearing labor for the day to rotate into Maggie's bakery wall display as soon as current paintings sell to village customers. Plenty of quiet creative evening hours to paint while you finalize your council planning letter and workshop roof repair blueprints after we finish weekend clearing work here together. They lingered over their midday lunch break for over an hour, watching small seagulls circle slow overhead above the exposed outbuilding stone walls, murmuring quiet small decorative renovation plans for the finished workshop interior once all structural repair work was complete, hand-carved wooden name plaques for their matching oak creative work tables, potted coastal lavender and sea thrift lining the stone steps leading up to the workshop's restored wooden front door, a small wooden shelving unit beside the central shared bench to store hot cocoa mugs, sketchbooks, blueprint rolls, and spare paint mixing dishes for late misty evening creative sessions side by side beneath the wide south-facing sea view window. Once their shortbread snacks and thermos drinks were finished empty, they folded the waterproof blanket tight and stowed it back inside Kalen's portfolio bag slung beside the metal wheelbarrow, slipped their thick leather work gloves back over their tired palms, and returned to slow steady ivy and bramble clearing labor beside the stone outbuilding walls as bright golden midday sunlight spilled soft unbroken over the quiet mist-free cliff headland surrounding their future shared creative workshop space. Every vine stripped away brought them one quiet gentle step closer to building the intertwined slow coastal life they'd both spent months quietly dreaming of beside Brineport's wild misty Atlantic shoreline, anchored to one another within the smooth pale stone walls of the abandoned fisherman's outbuilding they were restoring together, side by side, no empty lonely silent evenings ever again waiting ahead of them on these fog-wrapped cliffs. Chapter 13. The afternoon clearing labor stretched slow and steady beneath unbroken golden sunlight hanging high over the cliff headland, each hour peeling back more layers of tangled ivy and blackberry bramble to reveal the outbuilding's smooth pale stone walls in full unobscured view for the first time in 70 years. Where thick twisting vines had once wrapped tight around window frames, roof edges, and stone foundation cracks, clean uniform cliff rock stood exposed, solid and undamaged beneath the wild overgrowth they'd spent hours carefully stripping away without scratching or chipping the ancient soft stone surface beneath the tangled vegetation. Kalen focused his afternoon labor on the taller upper wall sections and roof slate edges, standing balanced atop the metal wheelbarrow's flat wooden tray to reach high ivy stems winding around the outbuilding's roof timber beams, pruning saw slicing clean through thick mature vine stalks before hauling large loose bundles of ivy down to stack inside canvas waste sacks resting on the grass below his elevated footing. Ella remained grounded beside the stone foundation, using metal rakes and small pruning secateurs to dig tangled bramble roots loose from rock crevices lining the building's base, brushing loose dead vine debris away from the stone with gloved palms to clear space for later stone mortar repair work along the foundation cracks once all overgrowth removal was fully complete by Sunday evening. They paused every 2 hours for short 10-minute rest breaks, leaning back against exposed clean stone wall surfaces to stretch their tired shoulders and sip warm leftover cocoa and coffee from dented metal thermoses, quiet comfortable silence wrapping around them between brief soft murmured exchanges about small workshop repair details they planned to tackle once clearing work wrapped up by Sunday sunset. No rushed conversation, no pressure to fill empty quiet space with meaningless small talk. They'd grown fully accustomed to each other's quiet energy over weeks of shared cliffside sketching, cooking, and slow labor side by side, finding complete peace in unbroken silence alongside one another without awkwardness or loneliness lingering between them. By late Saturday afternoon the sun dipped soft westward toward the ocean horizon, bleeding pale peach honey light across the exposed stone workshop walls they'd half cleared of wild ivy vines and bramble thorns, long cool shadows stretching slow across the cliff grass beneath their tired laboring feet. They stacked all full canvas waste sacks of tangled vines beside the metal wheelbarrow to haul downhill to the village compost heap first thing Sunday morning before resuming clearing work, folded borrowed pruning saws and metal rakes neatly beside the stacked reclaimed oak timber planks delivered by Mr. Hale's grandson at midday, and slipped their worn dirt-streaked leather work gloves off their sore palms to rub aching knuckles raw from hours of steady vine-cutting labor beside the stone outbuilding walls. We've stripped roughly 2/3 of all ivy and bramble overgrowth today alone, Kalin said quietly, sweeping one arm wide to gesture across the mostly exposed smooth pale stone wall surrounding the outbuilding's rectangular frame beneath soft peach late afternoon sunset light spilling over the cliff headland overhead. Tomorrow morning we'll tackle the remaining tangled vines wrapped around the back wall and rusted iron front door frame, then haul all full waste sacks downhill to the village compost heap before midday lunch break, leaving the entire stone structure fully clear of wild vegetation by Sunday evening sunset as we planned this week. Ella nodded, brushing loose dry vine dust off her faded wool jumper sleeves with bare palms, stepping forward to trace one fingertip light slow across a fully exposed smooth pale stone wall section stripped clean of ivy vines hours earlier, quiet wonder softening every tired line of her face as she stared at the unobscured sturdy rectangular workshop frame finally emerging from beneath decades of unmanaged coastal wild flora. It's hard to believe this space was completely hidden under brambles and ivy when we first walked the trail to view it days ago. Now I can clearly picture our matching oak work tables lined beneath the big South Sea view window without tangled vines blocking the stone wall view. Kalin lifted one hand to brush loose strands of dirt-matted chestnut hair back from her forehead, his calloused architect's fingertips light soft against her warm skin beneath pale peach sunset light spilling over the exposed stone workshop walls surrounding their quiet clearing space. He leaned down slow to press a gentle tired kiss against her dust-streaked cheeks, his lips warm against her chilled skin after hours of cool coastal afternoon wind drifting soft off the distant Atlantic tide far below the cliff rock ledges. Shall we wrap clearing work early for today and trudge back uphill to our cottages to cook a simple seafood stew for dinner tonight? He asked quiet, nodding toward the stacked gardening tools and full canvas waste sacks lined beside the metal wheelbarrow near the outbuilding's rusted iron front door frame. I picked up fresh cod and mussels from the harbor fishmonger yesterday afternoon, stored chilled in my cottage larder ready to simmer in herb broth once we wash vine dust off our hands and faces inside my kitchen stove space. Ella agreed instantly, her sore tired shoulders aching from hours of steady repetitive pruning and raking labor beside the stone workshop walls, eager to trade heavy gardening gloves and tangled vine bundles for warm simmering seafood stew and quiet evening rest beside Kalin's cottage fireplace once they finished the short uphill walk back along the bramble trail dividing their two garden gravel paths. They gathered all loose borrowed gardening equipment and stowed them securely beside the stacked oak timber planks to avoid overnight coastal wind blowing rakes and pruning saws down the cliff trail overnight, then locked the outbuilding's rusted iron front door shut tight with a small padlock Kalin had brought tucked inside his portfolio bag to secure all delivered renovation supplies left unattended at the clearing space through Saturday night until Sunday morning clearing labor resumed at dawn. Chapter 13 continued. They gathered all loose borrowed gardening equipment and stowed them securely beside the stacked oak timber planks to avoid overnight coastal wind blowing rakes and pruning saws down the cliff trail overnight, then locked the outbuilding's rusted iron front door shut tight with a small padlock Kalin had brought tucked inside his portfolio bag to secure all delivered renovation supplies left unattended at the clearing space through Saturday night until Sunday morning clearing labor resumed at dawn. Hand in hand, they trundled back along the narrow bramble trail toward their twin cottages, dirt dust coating the cuffs of their overalls and smudged across their cheeks. The sunset bled deeper peach and lavender over the Atlantic, the ocean breathing slow and low far beneath the cliff edges, a steady lullaby that wrapped every tired muscle in gentle calm. Neither spoke much on the walk home. Their bodies ached from hours of bending, cutting, and hauling tangled vines, and quiet companionship felt richer than any conversation could be. When they reached the split gravel path between their garden gates, Kalin tugged Ella gently toward his cottage instead of letting her turn for her own. "Stay over tonight. No sense heating 2 stoves, washing 2 sets of muddy clothes alone." She did not hesitate. She left her gardening sack propped against her garden fence to retrieve the next morning and followed him through his front door, the warm, wood smoke scent of his fireplace wrapping around them the moment they stepped over the threshold. The cottage was neat as always, blueprints stacked neatly along the mantel, his father's old Highland sketchbook resting on the edge of the drafting table beside a half-empty mug of cold black coffee. Kalin drew a basin of warm water at the kitchen sink, and they stood side by side to scrub vine dust, bramble sap, and dark soil from their palms and forearms, the tap running soft between them. He pulled 2 soft cotton towels from a wooden cabinet and handed one to her, then wandered to the larder to pull out fresh cod, plump mussels, leeks, potatoes, and a jar of dried coastal herbs he'd collected on earlier cliff walks. Ella leaned against the counter and watched him move about the small kitchen, his shoulders loose after shedding the weight of London's endless deadlines, no tight tension coiled in his spine the way it had been the day he first arrived in Brineport. He chopped vegetables with slow, deliberate movements, the knife sliding smooth through leek stalks, and set a cast iron pot over the stove to simmer herb stock while he cleaned the shellfish under running water. "Tomorrow we finish stripping the back wall vines," he said, tossing handfuls of diced potato into the simmering broth. "Once all waste sacks are hauled down to the village compost, we can measure every inch of the outbuilding to draft precise renovation blueprints for the work tables and roof repairs before my council meeting on Wednesday. I'll bring my watercolor set down to the workshop clearing midday tomorrow," Ella replied, wiping stray flecks of soil off her faded jumper. "While you stack waste sacks into the wheelbarrow, I can sketch the exposed stone walls at different light angles, reference paintings for seasonal gallery displays at Maggie's Bakery once the workshop is finished." The seafood stew filled the cottage with rich, savory warmth within half an hour, tender whitefish flaking soft into cream broth, mussel shells opening wide to release their salty sweet meat, herbs weaving a soft coastal aroma through every room. They carried 2 ceramic bowls over to the fireplace hearth and sat cross-legged on a thick wool rug laid across the pine floorboards, their shoulders pressed together as they ate, the fire crackling low beside them to chase away evening chill drifting through the cracked sea window. After dinner, Kalin brewed 2 mugs of dark roast coffee and pulled his father's tattered Highland sketchbook from the drafting table to flip through the pages slowly with Ella. They lingered over drawings of stone crofts built into Highland locksides, comparing the soft low-impact designs to the cliff workshop he planned to build for them, tracing faint pencil lines with gentle fingertips and murmuring quiet observations about how his father's quiet wisdom had shaped every architectural choice he made now, far away from London's glass skyscrapers. By midnight their eyes grew heavy with exhaustion from the day's hard physical labor. Callan dragged a thick wool blanket from his bedroom cupboard and spread it over the rug beside the fire, and they curled together beneath its weight, Ella's head tucked against his chest to listen to his slow steady heartbeat, the distant crash of tide waves soft outside the cottage windows lulling them into deep, untroubled sleep before long. Chapter 14 Sunday dawn arrived clear and bright, no silver fog clinging to the cliff headland, sharp golden sunlight spilling unbroken over the Atlantic from the moment the sky paled soft pink above the ocean horizon. Ella stirred awake slow against Callan's chest, the warmth of his body wrapped tight around her chasing away any lingering stiffness from Saturday's vine-clearing labor. He woke minutes after her, pressing a soft sleepy kiss to her forehead before climbing to his feet to light the stove and brew spiced cocoa for their early morning trip back down to the stone outbuilding. They dressed in their dirt-streaked gardening overalls once more, slipped on the thick leather work gloves, and grabbed woven sacks to carry fresh oat biscuits and shortbread down to the workshop clearing space, locking Callan's cottage front door tight behind them as they trundled hand in hand along the bramble trail toward the half-cleared stone outbuilding hidden halfway between their two garden plots. When they reached the clearing, the padlock on the iron front door still held fast, all stacked timber, glass panes, and gardening tools untouched by overnight wind or wild coastal animals, a quiet relief settling light in both their chests. They unlocked the door, set their food sacks and thermoses down on a flat grass patch, and split off to tackle the last remaining tangled ivy and blackberry bramble vines wrapped thick around the outbuilding's rear stone wall and rusted iron door frame. Callan climbed back onto the metal wheelbarrow tray to reach high ivy stems twisting around the roof timber beams along the back wall, pruning saw slicing clean through thick mature vine stalks while Ella knelt along the stone foundation, raking loose bramble roots free from rock crevices and brushing dead vine debris away from the smooth exposed cliff stone beneath the tangled vegetation. The work moved faster than it had the day prior, with only a third of the overgrowth left to strip away. Every bundle of vines they cut brought them closer to a fully bare, unobscured stone workshop frame standing open to the coastal sunlight. By 10 o'clock mid-morning, the final thick ivy stem fell free from the rear wall's upper stone ledge, tumbling down into a waiting canvas waste sack Callan held open beneath it. Ella stood and brushed dirt off her knees, stepping back to stare at the fully exposed four-sided stone outbuilding for the first time since they discovered it hidden beneath wild vegetation weeks prior. Every wall stood bare, smooth pale cliff rock glowing soft beneath bright golden sunlight, no tangled vines or thorny brambles left clinging to foundation cracks, window frames or roof edges anywhere across the rectangular structure. A quiet breath escaped her throat, soft and shaky with quiet joy. "It's ours, fully uncovered at last." Callan set his pruning saw down on the grass beside the timber stacks and crossed the clearing to wrap his arms tight around her waist, lifting her slightly off the ground to spin her slow in a gentle circle beneath the wide blue sky overhead, a bright unrestrained laugh rumbling deep in his chest for the first time in months, free of the quiet heavy stress that had clung to him during his London corporate career. When he set her back onto her feet, he cupped her cheeks in both calloused palms and leaned down to press a long tender kiss to her lips, sunlight gilding the edges of their tangled hair as the salt wind swirled soft around their intertwined forms. All wild overgrowth cleared, he murmured against her mouth once they pulled apart to catch their breath. "Now we haul every full waste sack down to the village compost heap before our midday lunch break, then take full structural measurements to draft final renovation blueprints this evening back at my cottage drafting table." They split the heavy canvas sacks full of tangled dead vines between them, Stacking 8 full sacks onto the metal wheelbarrow's flat wooden tray and tying them secure with twine to avoid spilling vine debris down the steep cliff trail during the downhill haul toward the Harbor Village compost heap tucked beside the fishing boat storage sheds along the southern tide flats. Kalin gripped the wheelbarrow handles to pull the heavy load slow downhill, Ella walking beside him to steady the stacked sacks whenever the trail dipped steep or twisted around sharp rock bends, their hands brushing soft together between pauses to adjust the weighted wheelbarrow load. The trip downhill to the compost heap took 40 slow minutes, the wheelbarrow heavy and cumbersome across loose gravel and moss-slick stone steps, but they moved in steady sync, pausing to rest every 10 minutes and sip warm cocoa from their metal thermoses, splitting shortbread biscuits to replenish their energy mid-journey. Once every sack was emptied into the large village compost pit lined with wooden planks, they folded the empty canvas sacks flat and stacked them onto the wheelbarrow tray to haul back uphill to the workshop, clearing space for future garden waste storage. By midday they returned to the bare stone outbuilding, the wheelbarrow light and easy to pull along the trail without heavy vine sacks weighing it down. They spread Kalin's waterproof blanket over a dry grass patch beside the south-facing empty window frame and sat side by side for lunch, splitting oat biscuits and leftover apple crumble Ella had baked the week prior, sipping lukewarm coffee and cocoa while they stared out at the fully exposed smooth stone walls of their future shared creative workshop space. After lunch, Kalin pulled a long metal measuring tape and a thick stack of blank blueprint paper from his portfolio, and they worked together to measure every dimension of the outbuilding wall by wall, ceiling height, window frame width and height, stone foundation length, interior floor space, roof beam spacing, door frame measurements and exterior stone step dimensions leading up to the iron front door. Ella jotted down light pencil notes about light angles and watercolor reference points beside each measurement he called out, sketching tiny quick charcoal thumbnails of the sun hitting each wall at morning, midday, and dusk to plan optimal placement of their matching oak work tables beneath the wide South Sea view window for maximum soft natural daylight all day long. They finished all structural measurements by late Sunday afternoon, the sun dipping soft peach once more toward the ocean horizon, painting warm honey light across the bare stone workshop walls surrounding their clearing space. Kalin locked the iron front door with the padlock once more to secure all delivered timber, glass, and roofing slate supplies overnight, then slung his portfolio full of measured blueprint notes over one shoulder and laced his fingers tight through Ella's as they trundled back uphill along the bramble trail toward their twin cliff cottages. Quiet, exhausted happiness settled deep in both their chests at the milestone they'd crossed together that weekend. Their workshop was fully uncovered, stripped free of 70 years of wild coastal overgrowth, waiting for renovation work to begin. Chapter 15. Monday morning broke calm and mild, thin wispy cloud drifting soft across a pale blue sky above the Atlantic waves, no sharp wind or damp mist rolling off the tide to chill the cliff headland air. Ella woke early in her own cottage, having wandered back to her space late Sunday night to wash her dirt-streaked gardening overalls and lay out fresh blank watercolor paper to paint seasonal coastal scenes for Maggie's Bakery rotating wall display once the workshop renovation construction phase officially kicked off that week. She brewed chamomile tea and settled at her studio bay window to sketch quick charcoal drafts of the fully bare stone outbuilding at sunrise light, capturing the smooth pale rock glowing gold beneath early morning sun, the empty wide south window frame framing unbroken views of the distant ocean horizon stretching west toward the sinking sun each evening. Every line she drew carried quiet warmth. This stone structure was no longer just an abandoned fisherman's shed hidden behind brambles, it was the shared home for both her art and Kalin's architecture, a permanent physical marker of the intertwined quiet life they planned to build side by side on Bryneport's misty cliffs. By 8 o'clock in the morning, a soft knock tapped against her wooden front door, and Ella set her charcoal stick down to hurry down the hallway and pull the latch open wide to find Kalin standing on her stone porch, his portfolio crammed full of Sunday's measured workshop blueprint drafts tucked beneath one arm, a small paper bag of warm cinnamon croissants from Maggie's bakery clutched in his other palm. Mr. Hale delivered 3 bundles of new roof slates to the workshop clearing first thing this dawn, he explained, stepping forward to press a quick soft kiss to her cold cheeks before passing the wax-wrapped croissant bag into her waiting hands. I plan to spend the morning repairing cracked roof timber and fitting replacement slates along the northern roof edge before my Wednesday council meeting. You're welcome to bring your watercolor supplies down to paint beside me while I work on the roof, if you'd like quiet company through the morning hours. Ella nodded fast, grabbing her leather sketch bag stuffed full of watercolor pans, brushes, and blank textured paper from beside the hallway latch, swinging it over one shoulder to follow Kaylin back down the bramble trail toward the bare stone outbuilding clearing space, splitting warm flaky croissants between them as they trundled slow along the gravel path beneath soft mild morning sunlight. When they reached the workshop clearing, stacks of smooth gray roof slates lay piled neat beside the outbuilding's northern roof edge, Mr. Hale's hand-written delivery note pinned to a timber plank confirming all slate stock matched the original aged stone roof material to preserve the outbuilding's vintage coastal aesthetic without harsh mismatched modern construction materials. Kaylin pulled a lightweight wooden ladder from beneath the stacked oak timber planks and propped it steady against the northern roof slope, grabbing a hammer and thin metal roofing nails from a small tool sack he'd brought from his cottage workshop space. Ella spread a folded linen cloth over a flat dry stone ledge beneath the wide south window frame and laid out her full watercolor set, mixing soft pale gold and peach pigment to recreate the sunrise light spilling over the bare stone workshop walls as Kaylin climbed the ladder to begin prying loose cracked old slates free from the roof timber beams overhead. The sound of his hammer tapping soft against roofing nails blended gentle with distant seagull cries and the slow crash of tide waves far below the cliff rock ledges, a quiet comforting soundtrack wrapping around them as they each lost themselves in their separate creative labor side by side beneath the open coastal sky. They paused for a mid-morning thermos break an hour later, leaning shoulder to shoulder against the smooth bare stone back wall of the outbuilding to sip hot cocoa and black coffee, glancing back and forth between the half-repaired northern roof slope and Ella's half-finished watercolor of the stone workshop glowing gold beneath sunrise light. Kaylin traced a calloused finger light over the textured paper surface of her painting, quiet admiration softening every sharp line of his architect's features as he watched her capture the gentle warmth of sunlight across the pale cliff rock walls he'd spent the weekend clearing of wild vines beside her. You make even raw, unfinished construction space feel soft and alive, he murmured, his gray eyes fixed gentle on the layered washes of gold and gray pigment spread across her paper. To me this is only measurements, timber beams, and slate repairs, to you it's light, quiet atmosphere, a living space already full of our shared future before we even fit the work tables inside. Architecture and painting are 2 sides of the same craft, Ella replied, dipping her watercolor brush back into a ceramic dish of pale lavender pigment to shade the stone foundation base of the outbuilding in her artwork. You build the shell that holds quiet creativity, I paint the soft light and emotion that fills its empty walls once construction work finishes. Neither works fully without the other's quiet perspective of this coastline. Kaylin smiled soft at her observation, pressing a quick feather-light kiss to her temple before climbing back up the wooden ladder to resume roof slate repair work along the northern roof slope overhead, his hammer tapping steady against metal roofing nails once more as Ella returned to lay thin translucent washes of pigment across her watercolor canvas beneath the wide south window frame of the bare stone workshop space. Midday brought soft thin cloud cover that dimmed harsh overhead sunlight into gentle diffused silver light across the clearing, perfect soft illumination for Ella to capture muted gray misty afternoon coastal light across the stone outbuilding in a second smaller watercolor sketch she began beside her larger sunrise canvas while Kaylin finished hammering the final replacement roof slates into place along the northern roof edge by 1 o'clock midday. Once the last slate sat secured tight atop the roof timber beams, he climbed down the wooden ladder and set his hammer aside on the grass beside the timber stacks, wiping sweat dust off his forehead with the back of one gloved palm to wander over beside Ella's stone ledge workspace and lean down to study her two finished workshop watercolors spread flat across the linen cloth. Both paintings are going straight onto Maggie's bakery wall once we finish full workshop renovation, he said firmly, wrapping one arm loose around her waist to pull her gently against his side beneath soft silver diffused midday sunlight spilling over the bare stone outbuilding walls surrounding their clearing space. Every local who stops by the bakery to view your art will see the transformation of this abandoned shed into our shared creative home, a quiet story of us rebuilding something lost beside the sea together. Ella leaned her head light against his shoulder, staring out at the fully repaired northern roof slope lined with matching smooth gray slates, the bare smooth stone walls of their workshop glowing soft beneath cloud-diffused silver coastal light, quiet grateful warmth thrumming slow steady beneath her ribs at the life they were building slow and steady beside one another on Bryneport's wild misty cliffs. Chapter 16. By Tuesday evening, all roof repair work on the stone workshop outbuilding was fully complete. Every cracked aged slate replaced with matching reclaimed stone stock from Mr. Hale's lumber yard, loose timber support beams reinforced with hidden metal brackets beneath the roof slope to withstand harsh winter Atlantic storm winds off the open ocean horizon. Kalin spent every spare hour between roof construction drafting his formal planning council letter and scaled low-impact coastal cottage blueprints to present to Bryneport's village planning officer at the Harbor Tea Shop the following Wednesday morning, scribbling small handwritten notes alongside every design sketch to emphasize his commitment to preserving local wild flora, see poppy beds and gorse thickets across all proposed cliff and harbor housing builds he planned to pitch to the Village Council Board for official planning permits. Ella split her days evenly between painting seasonal coastal watercolors for Maggie's rotating bakery wall display and wandering down to the workshop clearing to paint reference studies of the newly repaired slate roof and bare smooth stone walls beneath shifting afternoon light angles, filling stacked linen canvas tubes with finished misty tide pool, sunset cliff, and workshop construction sketches ready to hang in the bakery shop front once existing displayed canvases sold to local village buyers. Each evening after finishing painting work, she wandered next door to Kalin's cottage to sit beside his drafting table and keep him quiet company while he finalized council letter paperwork and scaled architectural blueprints, brewing mugs of spiced hot cocoa to sip side by side beside the crackling evening fireplace as dusk wrapped soft lavender haze over the distant Atlantic waves outside the sea-facing cottage windows. Tuesday night they sat late beside his fireplace to double-check every detail of the council presentation packet he planned to bring to the Harbor Tea Shop Wednesday morning, printed scaled blueprints of small cliff and harbor cottages, handwritten reference letters from Mr. Hale the lumber yard owner and Maggie the bakery owner confirming local community support for his low-impact coastal construction designs, a full written letter outlining every environmental preservation measure he intended to implement across all future building projects in Bryneport, and small printed photographs of the fully cleared, roof-repaired stone workshop outbuilding as a tangible example of his gentle renovation approach to abandoned local coastal structures. "You've covered every possible concern the council board could raise," Ella murmured, tracing one fingertip light over a printed blueprint of a small harborside stone cottage built flush against the shoreline without bulldozing local seaweed and shellfish tide pool habitats along the sand. No mass concrete foundations, no clearing wild coastal flora, small modest building footprints that fit naturally into the coastline's existing landscape. There's no logical reason for them to reject your planning permit applications after seeing all this evidence of your careful design philosophy. Kalin laced his fingers tight through hers where their palms rested loose atop the stack of printed council presentation papers spread across the drafting table surface beside the fireplace hearth, his gray eyes soft and quiet, faint lingering nervousness hidden beneath his calm steady exterior despite weeks of careful preparation for the Wednesday council meeting. London corporate boards never cared about landscape preservation or quiet small-scale community builds, they only chased maximum profit and oversized luxury development projects. I can't shake the quiet fear the Brymport Council might still favor large tourist holiday home developers over local gentle small builders like me, even with all this supporting paperwork laid out before them. Ella squeezed his hand gentle tight between her palms, leaning forward to press a soft reassuring kiss to his jawline beside the faint scar slicing through his left eyebrow, her voice steady and calm to ease his quiet underlying anxiety about the upcoming council presentation. This village doesn't want identical generic holiday cabins bulldozed across their cliff headlands. Every local fisherman, shopkeeper and elderly resident I've spoken to at Maggie's Bakery hates the out-of-town developers who come in to strip wild coastal vegetation for profit. Your designs respect Brynport's soul, and the council will recognize that when they look through your blueprints and read the community reference letters tomorrow morning. They packed all council presentation paperwork neatly into Kalen's leather portfolio folder before midnight, stacking printed blueprints, reference letters, written planning proposal and workshop renovation photographs in ordered labeled sections for easy review by the village planning officer at the Harbor Tea Shop Wednesday morning, then curled together beneath a thick wool blanket beside the dying fireplace embers to sleep soft untroubled through the night, no heavy anxious nightmares of rejected planning permits haunting their quiet rest. Wednesday dawn arrived soft and gray, thin silver mist rolling gentle off the ocean tide to wrap the harbor shoreline in muted haze perfect for slow unhurried village walks before Kalen's 10 o'clock council meeting at the small harbor tea shop beside the fishing boat storage sheds along the southern tide flats. Ella woke with him early to brew 2 mugs of strong black coffee for the meeting, wrapping warm apple scones from Maggie's Bakery in wax paper for him to eat mid-presentation if the planning discussion dragged on longer than expected, walking hand in hand downhill along the tide flat sand shore to the harbor tea shop an hour before his scheduled 10 o'clock meeting time to wait beside him for the village planning officer's arrival. The tea shop stood quiet and empty of morning fishermen crowds when they stepped through its wooden front door, only an elderly tea shop owner wiping ceramic mugs behind the wooden counter to greet them with a soft warm smile as they settled at a white oak table pushed up against the sea-facing shop window, spreading Kalen's full council presentation portfolio paperwork flat across the table surface to organize the printed blueprints and reference letters into neat ordered stacks ready for the planning officer's review once he arrived for their scheduled 10 o'clock meeting discussion. Chapter 9 continued. Once they'd finished sorting and rolling the selected sample canvases into linen tubes, they wandered through to Ella's small kitchen to stir the slow-simmering vegetable soup pot atop the cast-iron stove. Steam curled upward in thin white ribbons, carrying the earthy scent of leeks, carrot, thyme, and her mother's aged herb stock that hung thick in the cottage's warm air. Kalen grabbed 2 chipped ceramic bowls from the wooden cabinet above the sink, wiping dust off their rims with a linen rag while Ella lifted a wooden spoon to stir the thick broth, diced root vegetables bobbing soft beneath the amber surface. "Your mum's stock tastes like comfort," Kalen commented, leaning his hip against the counter to watch her ladle soup into each bowl, his gray eyes drifting over the faded handwritten recipe card taped to the tile wall behind the stove scrawled in looping soft handwriting, annotated with tiny pencil hearts beside notes about slow-simmered bay leaves and wild coastal sage. "I can feel why you cling to these little pieces of her. Everything here holds her shadow, gentle instead of sharp grief." Ella set the spoon down on a ceramic rest and passed one full steaming bowl into his waiting hands, her knuckles brushing lightly against his. At first it hurt to look at all her things. "The recipe cards, her paint brushes stacked in the back of my studio cabinet, the wool cardigan she wore every rainy day. Now they feel like she's still here, quiet and close, watching me learn to let happiness back in again." They carried their soup bowls to the bay window seat in the studio, settling side by side on a padded wool cushion that had belonged to Ella's mother. Sunlight slanted through the glass, gilding the edges of the stacked watercolor tubes leaning against the wall, catching flecks of dried pigment dust scattered across the oak tabletop. They ate slowly, no rush to finish the simple lunch, trading quiet plans for the weeks stretching ahead of them. Callan mapped out his next steps with Bryneport's local council, a formal letter outlining his low-impact coastal housing designs, references from small Highland cottage builders his father had once collaborated with, sketches and scaled blueprints to prove his builds would not disrupt wildlife or wild coastal flora. He intended to meet the village planning officer at the Harbour Tea Shop the following Wednesday, bringing printed copies of every cliff and harbour cottage draft he'd drawn since arriving in town. Ella shared her own quiet hopes for Maggie's bakery display. If the paintings sold well, she planned to create a small rotating series new seasonal watercolors each month, capturing winter storm cliffs, spring sea poppy blooms, summer tide flats, autumn misty harbor dusks. No pressure for large sales, she only wanted to share the quiet beauty of Bryneport with the people who lived beside the sea every single day, not distant strangers ordering prints online without ever touching the salt wine themselves. When the council approves your design permits, Ella said between spoonfuls of warm vegetable broth, turning to glance at him with soft hope light in her brown eyes, could we carve out a small shared workshop space somewhere along the headland, half for your drafting tables and wooden cottage models, half for my watercolor paints and paper. A space just for us to create side by side, away from our separate cottages' quiet empty rooms. Callan's fingers brushed the back of her hand where it rested loose on the cushion between them, lacing their palms together without hesitation. I've already been scouting a derelict stone outbuilding tucked halfway between our two gardens, abandoned decades ago by an old fisherman. Small, solid stone walls, a wide south-facing window to catch soft daylight, enough floor space to split evenly for both our crafts. It's just overgrown with brambles and gorse now, but we could clear it together, repair the roof slates, lay new wooden flooring, build two matching wide work tables to sit beside one another beneath the big window. Ella's breath caught soft in her throat, warmth spreading fast through her chest at the thought of a permanent shared creative space, a physical marker of the life they planned to build intertwined on these cliffs. You've already mapped it out. Found it while wandering the trail behind our gardens last week, drafting expansion notes in the margin of my blueprint notebook the second I saw it. I didn't mention it earlier, worried I was jumping too far ahead before we were both certain we'd stay here long term. He squeezed her hand gently, his voice soft and sincere. Now that I've turned down London entirely, there's nothing holding me back from building that workshop with you, step by slow step. After finishing their soup, they washed the ceramic bowls side by side at the kitchen sink, cold running water rushing over their wrists as they scrubbed faint vegetable broth residue free from the ceramic glaze. The cottage hummed with a gentle new energy it had never carried before, no lonely silence hanging heavy in empty corners, only quiet anticipation woven into every small shared domestic task they completed together. Once the dishes dried and stacked neatly back into the cabinet, Callan followed Ella back to the studio table to double-check the 12-rolled watercolor samples they'd selected for Maggie's bakery display, tying each linen tube closed with thin twine and scribbling small descriptive labels on scrap paper so Maggie could match each painting to its coastal scene when hanging them on her stone walls. When the last tube was labeled and stacked neatly in a woven canvas carry bag, the afternoon sun had dipped low toward the ocean horizon, painting soft honey gold streaks across the sea visible through the bay window glass. "Shall we walk to that abandoned stone outbuilding you found?" Ella asked, nodding toward the back garden gate leading to the overgrown trail winding between their two cottage plots. "I want to see the space we could turn into our shared workshop." Callan smiled, grabbing the woven bag of canvases to set it safely beside the studio door for tomorrow's dawn trip to the bakery before holding out his hand for her to take. "Let's go. Wear your thick boots." The brambles tear thin fabric, and the ground is slick with sea dew beneath the overgrowth. They slipped on their waterproof walking boots by the front door and stepped out into the mild golden evening air, salt wind soft against their cheeks as they trundled down the narrow unmarked trail cutting through wild gorse and tangled blackberry brambles separating their two cottage gardens. The path narrowed the further they walked from the houses, thick green underbrush crowding in on either side until a low, weathered gray stone structure came into view ahead, half hidden by tall wild grass and climbing ivy wrapped tight around its aged stone walls. It was smaller than Ella had pictured, compact and sturdy, built from the same pale cliff rock as their cottages, a single wide window frame facing south toward the sunset-drenched ocean, its original glass long shattered and empty, wooden roof slates cracked in a handful of places, a rusted iron lock sealing the wooden front door shut tight. Ivy crawled thick up 3 of its 4 walls, soft green leaves tangled with dried brown winter vines, wild poppies sprouting bright orange along the stone foundation where rainwater collected in shallow cracks. Kaylin stepped forward to brush loose ivy vines away from the doorframe, running a calloused palm slow over the rough stone surface to test its solidity. Foundations thick local bedrock, no rot or water damage seeping through the walls. This structure stood for 70 years through winter Atlantic storms, it won't collapse on us. The roof only needs 10 new slates replaced, we can strip all the ivy back by hand over a weekend, sand, and refinish the wooden door, fit new double-glazed sea-safe glass in the big south window to keep wind and salt mist out while still letting full daylight flood the room. He gestured to the empty floor space visible through the broken window frame, sweeping one arm wide to map the imaginary split workspace for her. On the left side, your watercolor station, wide oak table, wall racks to hang finished canvases, storage cupboards for paint tubes, sketchbooks, paper, mixing dishes, a small sink plumb to tap fresh water for washing brushes. On the right, my drafting zone, custom wooden drawing boards, shelving for blueprint rolls, small carved wooden cottage model display shelves, a narrow counter to lay out measuring tapes and drafting rulers. Down the center, a low shared wooden bench for us to sit side by side when we're not working, with a small cast iron stove to light on cold misty evenings. Ella stepped close beside him, leaning her shoulder against his arm as she stared into the empty ivy-wreathed stone building, easily picturing the warm, creative space he'd described taking shape within its walls. No separate lonely studios, no empty silent evenings spent creating apart, just constant quiet companionship as they each pursued the crafts they loved most, anchored to one another within the same 4 stone walls. "It feels like ours already," she whispered, breath soft against the cool salt wind swirling around their ankles. "Like it's been waiting for us to clear the brambles and fill it with paint and blueprints all these years it sat abandoned." Kaylin turned to cup her cheek in one palm, leaning down to press a slow, tender kiss to her lips as the golden sunset spilled over the cliff behind them, painting warm amber light across the ivy-tangled stone walls of their future shared workshop. "We'll start clearing the overgrowth this weekend. Bring gardening gloves, pruning shears, sacks to haul away dead vines and bramble branches. Slow work, but every vine we pull back will bring us one step closer to having a space entirely our own." They lingered beside the stone outbuilding for another hour, mapping rough measurements with Kaylin's pocket tape measure, scribbling quick renovation notes onto a spare page torn from his blueprint notebook, murmuring small decorative plans. Potted coastal lavender lining the exterior stone steps, hand-carved wooden name plaques for each of their work tables, a shelf by the small stove to hold mugs for hot cocoa and black coffee on cold foggy work nights. By the time the last streak of sunset dissolved into pale lavender dusk above the ocean, The first faint stars pricked the darkening sky overhead, and the evening air turned sharp with cooling salt wind. "We should head back before full dark falls," Ella murmured, glancing up at the faint pinpricks of starlight breaking through thin cloud cover above the cliff. "I need to prep fresh paper and clean my paintbrushes tonight for tomorrow's trip to Maggie's bakery, and you'll want to draft your formal council planning letter before morning." Kalen folded his measuring tape shut and slipped it back into the pocket of his windbreaker, lacing his fingers tight through hers as they turned to trudge back along the bramble-choked trail toward their twin cottages perched at the cliff headland. The walk back felt lighter than the journey out, their minds filled with shared renovation plans and quiet visions of their future workshop waiting to be uncovered beneath wild ivy and gorse. When they reached the split gravel path dividing their garden gates, neither stepped away right away, lingering beneath the dim twilight sky to share one more slow kiss before parting for the night. "I'll knock at your door at 5:30 tomorrow morning," Kalen promised, brushing a stray strand of chestnut hair back behind her ear with his thumb. "We'll walk down to the Harbor Bakery together at dawn, hand Maggie the sample canvases, and grab fresh croissants to split afterward before heading back up the cliffs." Ella nodded, smiling soft against his palm still resting light on her cheek. "I'll have the canvas carry bag by the door ready to grab before you arrive." "Sleep well, Kalen." "Sweet dreams, Ella." She wandered up her garden path and locked herself inside her quiet cottage, the woven bag of 12 sample watercolors propped neatly beside the hallway latch ready for dawn. She lit the small cast iron stove in the studio to chase away evening chill, laying out all her paintbrushes on a linen cloth to rinse and air dry overnight, sorting stacks of blank textured watercolor paper onto the oak table for future seasonal paintings if Maggie agreed to display her work. As she tidied her studio, her gaze drifted repeatedly to the distant shadow of the abandoned stone outbuilding visible through the back garden window, a quiet thrumming excitement lingering soft in her chest at the thought of clearing its wild overgrowth with Kalen over the coming weekend. That night, her dreams wove together fragments of their shared future, ivy stripped clean from pale stone walls, sunlight flooding a split workshop lined with watercolor canvases and architectural blueprints, hot cocoa steaming on the central wooden bench, their hands tangled as they sketched side by side beneath the wide south-facing window, the endless soft crash of Brineport's tide wrapping every quiet happy memory tight in warm salt wind. No ghosts of lonely empty nights haunted her sleep, only gentle visions of a life fully intertwined with the man who'd walked away from London's glass skyscrapers just to stay beside her misty cliffside home. Chapter 10. Ella's eyes fluttered open before her small kitchen clock ticked past 5:20 a.m. roused awake by faint pale silver pre-dawn light seeping thin through her studio bay window glass, soft enough to spill over the stacked canvas carry bag waiting beside the hallway front door. She swung her legs over the edge of her wooden bed, bare feet touching cold pine floorboards as she pulled on thick wool socks, thermal leggings, her cream knit cardigan, and scuffed waterproof walking boots, ready to trudge downhill to Maggie's Harbor Bakery with Kalen before the village stirred awake for the day. She splashed cold spring water over her face at the kitchen sink to chase away lingering sleep fog, grabbed the woven canvas bag slung beside the latch, and waited quiet on her stone porch, breath fogging soft white in the crisp dawn salt air as she listened for the familiar crunch of gravel footsteps winding down the path from Kalen's cottage garden. Exactly 5:30, as he'd promised the night before, his broad silhouette rounded the bend of the overgrown gravel path, portfolio slung loose over one shoulder, 2 metal thermoses balanced in one palm, a folded paper sack tucked beneath his arm holding fresh paper wrapping to protect the watercolor canvases once Maggie agreed to display them on her shop walls. "Good morning," he murmured the second he reached her porch steps, leaning down to press a warm quick kiss to her cold forehead before slipping one hand into hers to lock their palms together, his thumb brushing gentle slow circles over the back of her chilled fingers to chase away dawn chill. The tide's low this morning, we can cut across the flat sand shore instead of the steep stone steps to save 10 minutes walking downhill to the harbor boardwalk. Ella nodded, swinging the heavy canvas carry bag over her free shoulder to follow him down a narrower grassy trail winding off the main gravel path toward the exposed low-tide sand flats stretching far below the cliff headland. The sky hung pale silver gray overhead, thin wispy fog drifting soft just above the surface of the distant ocean, no harsh wind sharp enough to sting their cheeks, only mild damp salt air wrapping loose around their shoulders as they trundled downhill side by side. Crossing the tide-flat sand was far gentler than the slippery moss-covered stone steps they'd taken at sunrise the day prior, smooth packed sand firm beneath their boot soles, shallow still tide pools glinting faint silver beneath the pre-dawn haze scattered across the wide shoreline. They walked slow, pausing once to watch a small flock of oyster-catchers dart fast across the wet sand hunting for shellfish beneath shallow pool water, Kalen pulling a tiny notebook from his windbreaker pocket to scribble a quick rough sketch of the birds mid-flight into the margin of a spare blueprint page before lacing his hand back through Ella's and continuing their downhill trek toward the harbor boardwalk. By 6 o'clock they reached Maggie's Bakery, the front door propped wide open as always to spill warm sweet cinnamon and butter pastry sent out onto the stone harbor lane, faint golden lamplight glowing soft through the shop's front glass display window before full sunrise burned through the coastal fog overhead. Maggie stood behind the wooden counter arranging fresh warm croissants onto ceramic trays, her silver wool scarf wrapped tight around her head, flour dusted lightly across the bridge of her crinkled nose, bright eyes lighting up the instant she spotted Ella and Kalen walking hand in hand through the bakery doorway carrying the large woven canvas bag slung over Ella's shoulder. "Up bright and early with your artwork," Lass Maggie laughed, wiping flour dust off her gnarled hands onto a stained cotton apron and stepping forward to gesture toward an empty wooden bench pushed against the bakery's back stone wall for them to set the canvas bag down and unroll the sample paintings for her to view. "I've been meaning to ask you for months if you'd let me hang your coastal watercolors on these bare walls. All those mass-produced generic ocean posters I've had up for years are far too plain for Bryneport's wild, soft shoreline." Ella set the woven bag down on the bench and began carefully sliding each linen-wrapped canvas tube out one by one, untying thin twine to unfurl the soft textured paper watercolors flat across the wooden bench surface for Maggie to examine, Kalen standing close beside her to steady the loose paper edges against mild morning breeze drifting through the bakery's open front door. Maggie leaned forward to trace a gnarled finger light over the first canvas they unrolled, the hidden northern Rock Cove sunset dotted with orange sea poppies, the scene of their first quiet kiss beneath pink dusk light, and a warm soft smile spread across her lined cheeks as she glanced back and forth between the painting and Ella's face. "This cove's my favorite hidden spot along the entire headland," Maggie said quietly, running a palm slow over the painted gray stone walls wrapped around the glassy inlet water. "I've walked that northern trail every Wednesday morning for 40 years to gather wild blackberries from the brambles near the rock bend, and no artists ever captured the quiet magic of that inlet half as well as you have here. The way you layered pink sunset light over the mist-soft water feels exactly like standing there at dusk yourself." She moved slow along the bench to examine each sample watercolor in turn, murmuring soft praise for the fog-wrapped harbor dawn scenes, storm cliff seascapes, shallow tide pool landscapes dotted with smooth gray stone and green seaweed, every canvas pulling a quiet warm comment from her about familiar corners of Bryneport's coastline she'd known all her life. When the 12th and final sample canvas lay unfurled flat across the wooden bench, Maggie stepped back to cross her arms over her flour-dusted apron, a determined bright glint in her crinkled eyes. "I'll hang every single one of these along the front stone wall facing the bakery's street entrance today once the morning rush of fishermen dies down around 8 o'clock, Maggie announced firmly, nodding toward the wide empty stretch of pale stone wall behind the glass pastry display case lined with small iron picture hooks already nailed into the rock surface waiting for artwork to mount. I'll print small paper labels for each painting listing your name, the coastal scene depicted, and a price tag for anyone who wants to buy the original canvas directly from you. No cut taken by the bakery, every penny of sales goes straight into your pocket, no hidden fees or gallery charges. Ella's throat tightened soft with quiet grateful emotion at Maggie's generous offer, a faint sheen of warm happy tears pricking the corners of her eyes as she glanced sideways at Kalin, who squeezed her hand tight where their fingers remained locked beside the bench, quiet pride softening every sharp line of his architect's features as he watched her receive the recognition she'd spent years quietly dreaming of without daring to hope for local village support. "Thank you so much, Maggie," Ella whispered, her voice soft and wobbly with quiet relief. "I was worried my misty, muted paintings would feel too gloomy beside bright tourist art prints, but it means everything that someone who knows this coast so well wants to display my work for the village to see." "Gloom's just quiet honesty, lass," Maggie replied with a warm chuckle, tapping one finger against the Rock Cove sunset canvas spread flat before them. "The sea doesn't always glow bright sunshine blue for tourists, half the year it's wrapped soft in grey mist and gentle shadow, and your paintings capture that true Brineport soul better than any glossy oversaturated print I've ever seen sold in the village gift shops. Locals will connect with these scenes far deeper than any fake bright ocean art." Maggie pulled a crumpled notebook and pencil from beneath the wooden counter to jot down Ella's preferred pricing for each canvas, scribbling quick notes beside each painting's description to print paper labels later that morning while the bakery's morning pastry rush slowed down. Once every price and scene title was written neatly into her notebook, she handed Ella a small stack of blank paper business cards to write her name and a note about custom coastal watercolor commissions for interested village customers to take home with them after viewing the displayed paintings on the stone wall. Kalin stepped forward then to retrieve the folded paper wrapping sacks he'd brought tucked beneath his arm, passing one to Maggie to safely store each canvas inside once they were taken down from the wall at the end of each month to rotate fresh seasonal artwork Ella planned to paint. He explained Ella's rotating series idea for Maggie, new watercolors each month capturing Brineport's shifting coastal seasons, and Maggie's smile widened even further at the thought of fresh local art lining her bakery walls year-round, a constant living tribute to the wild misty coastline their small village called home. Before Ella and Kalin turned to leave the bakery to wander the quiet tide flats for a few hours of sketching before midday, Maggie pressed 2 warm flaky cinnamon croissants wrapped in wax paper into their hands, free of charge, alongside a full paper bag of lemon shortbread to take with them for mid-morning snacks out along the shoreline sand. "Come back this afternoon around 4 if you'd like to see the paintings hung up on the wall," Maggie called after them as they stepped back out onto the stone harbor lane, waving one flower-dusted hand in gentle farewell as they wandered hand in hand away from the bakery toward the wide exposed tide flats stretching north along the shore. "I'll save you a warm apple scone fresh from the oven for your visit." Ella waved back over her shoulder, a permanent soft smile fixed to her cheeks as she squeezed Kalin's hand tight where their palms remained intertwined, the woven canvas bag left safely behind at the bakery bench for Maggie to hang once the morning fisherman rush faded away. They split the warm cinnamon croissants between them as they trundled across smooth-packed tide flat sand, sweet buttery pastry melting soft on their tongues alongside sharp salt wind blowing gentle off the shallow reflective tide pools spread wide across the shoreline ahead. "We did it," Ella murmured after swallowing a bite of croissant, turning to glance up at Kalin's soft tender face beside her beneath pale silver dawn fog light hanging low over the ocean waves. "My paintings are finally going to hang somewhere the people who love this coast every single day can see them, not just distant strangers ordering prints online hundreds of miles away who've never breathed Brineport's salt mist air." Kalin paused mid-step to turn fully toward her, lifting one hand to cup her cheek soft beneath the faint gray pre-sunrise sky spilling pale light over the tide flat sand around their boots, leaning down to press a slow reverent kiss against her lips, warm and full of quiet pride for the artist beside him. You've spent 5 years creating work rooted in this coastline's quiet soul, it's only right the village gets to witness it. This is just the first small step of so many good things waiting for you here. They wandered slow for miles along the empty exposed tide flats, past scattered smooth gray rock formations and shallow glassy tide pools dotted with green seaweed, Kalen pulling his portfolio open every few hundred yards to sketch rough low-impact harbor cottage designs while Ella pulled her small pocket sketchbook from her coat pocket to draw quick charcoal studies of crab shells half buried in damp sand and seagulls perched atop weathered driftwood logs washed ashore by last night's high tide. No rush, no deadlines, no unread client emails waiting to demand their attention, only slow unhurried creative quiet shared side by side along the empty misty shoreline they both loved more than any crowded city street they'd ever known. By mid-morning the pale silver dawn fog burned thin and lifted away out over the open Atlantic Ocean, soft golden sunlight spilling unobstructed over the wide tide flat sand to turn every shallow pool's surface glowing amber beneath the bright overhead sun hanging high in a clear pale blue sky above the coastline. Kalen spread his waterproof blanket over a flat dry sand dune overlooking a cluster of large rock tide pools, and they settled side by side to split Maggie's lemon shortbread paper bag, sipping warm black coffee and spiced hot cocoa from their metal thermoses as they watched tiny shore crabs scuttle fast into rock crevices beneath the shallow pool water's surface. Ella flipped open her pocket sketchbook to a blank page and began drawing the curve of the distant northern headland visible far along the shore, charcoal gliding smooth across textured paper to capture the soft golden sunlight slanting over the cliff rock faces, while Kalen drafted scaled blueprints for their abandoned stone workshop renovation in the margin of a large blueprint sheet spread across the blanket between them, scribbling precise measurements for new roof slates, window glass panes, custom oak work tables, and small exterior herb planters to line the stone steps leading up to the workshop's wooden front door. They talked through every small renovation detail slow and careful, agreeing to source reclaimed local oak timber from a retired fisherman's lumber yard at the edge of the village to build their matching work tables, avoiding new mass-produced wood to keep the workshop's gentle low-impact ethos aligned with Kalen's coastal cottage design philosophy of working with the land rather than stripping its natural resources. They planned to spend the entire coming weekend clearing ivy, brambles, and dead wild vines from the stone outbuilding's walls and foundation, borrowing Maggie's gardening pruning shears and thick work gloves to tackle the tangled overgrowth without tearing the soft ancient stone surface beneath the vines. As midday approached and the sun climbed high overhead to warm the tide flat sand beneath their blanket, Kalen folded his blueprint sheets closed and set them back inside his portfolio, turning to wrap one arm loose around Ella's shoulders to pull her gently against his side, pressing a faint feather-light kiss to the crown of her fog-dampened hair where loose strands fell forward over her forehead. "Once we finish clearing the workshop this weekend," he said quiet against the top of her head, his gaze drifting far north along the tide flats toward the hidden rock cove where they'd shared their first kiss weeks prior, "I want to show you something else I've been drafting for us. A small single-story stone cottage extension designed to attach to the back of my cottage garden plot, built to connect our two homes with a covered shared walkway between our back doors, so we can move freely between each other's spaces through rain and mist without trekking the exposed gravel garden path in storm weather." Ella lifted her head from his shoulder to stare at him, quiet wonder softening every feature of her face beneath bright golden midday sunlight spilling over the tide flats around them. "A connecting walkway between our cottages we'd never have to walk outside in cold winter storms to reach one another again. Built with curved glass panels facing the sea, wide wooden bench seating along one side lined with potted coastal lavender and sea thrift, a small cast iron heat lamp mounted to the stone ceiling for cold misty evenings," Kalen explained, his gray eyes bright with quiet excitement at the design he'd spent multiple late nights drafting beside his cottage fireplace. Separate private spaces for both of us to retreat to when we need quiet alone time to create, but a gentle permanent link binding our two homes together as one shared cliffside life. The thought of a covered sea view walkway connecting their separate cottages hit Ella with a soft wave of gentle belonging she'd never imagined possible after 5 years of isolated quiet living in her single stone home alone. For so long she'd believed her cottage was the only safe space she'd ever have, locked off from the world to shield her fragile grief. Now she pictured endless quiet evenings wandering between her studio and Kalen's drafting room through a warm glass-lined walkway lined with lavender, free of lonely empty silence hanging heavy in separate closed-off houses. She leaned forward to press a soft slow kiss to his jaw, fingers brushing light over the faint scar slicing through his left eyebrow as she murmured quiet gratitude against his warm skin. Every single thing you plan for us feels like it was made just for Bryantport, just for the two of us. I never dared to imagine a future this gentle and rooted beside the sea before you arrived up my gravel garden path that rainy afternoon weeks ago. Kalen's arm tightened gentle around her waist to hold her closer against his chest, their gazes locked soft beneath the bright midday sun spilling unbroken over the endless stretch of tide flats and misty cliff headlands spread wide around them, the crash of distant waves a constant quiet soundtrack wrapping their quiet shared happiness tight in salt wind and warm sunlight. By 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun dipped soft westward toward the ocean horizon, bleeding pale honey gold light across the flat tide sand beneath their boots as they packed away sketch supplies, folded the waterproof blanket tight, and trundled back along the shoreline boardwalk toward Maggie's bakery to view Ella's watercolors hung on the stone wall as promised. The village's morning fisherman rush had long faded away, the harbor lane stood quiet, only a handful of elderly locals lingering outside the small harbor tea shop to sip afternoon tea and watch fishing boats bob gentle in the glassy harbor water below the boardwalk. When they pushed open Maggie's bakery front door, warm sweet baking air wrapped around them instantly, and Ella's breath caught soft in her throat at the sight of her 12 sample watercolors lined neat along the wide pale stone wall facing the shop's street entrance, each canvas mounted on small iron picture hooks Maggie had hammered evenly into the rock surface, thin white paper labels printed beneath every painting listing the coastal scene title and Ella's pricing in neat black ink. Handwriting. Soft afternoon sunlight slanted through the bakery's front glass window to gild the edges of each textured paper canvas, making the muted misty blues, grays, peach sunset washes, and bright orange sea poppy blooms glow gentle against the plain pale stone wall behind them. Maggie stepped out from the back bakery kitchen wiping flour dust off her hands onto her apron, holding a warm crumbly apple scone wrapped in wax paper out toward Ella the second she spotted them standing frozen in the doorway staring at the displayed paintings. Took me just over an hour to hang them all straight once the morning rush cleared out, had to shift a few picture hooks to get the Cove sunset canvas front and center like you two agreed this morning. A fisherman stopped by 10 minutes ago to stare at the Stormcliff seascape, said he's coming back tomorrow morning with cash to buy it to hang above his cottage fireplace on the northern headland. Ella took the warm apple scone from Maggie's outstretched hand, her fingers brushing lightly against the elderly woman's gnarled flour-dusted palms, quiet grateful emotion thick in her chest as she glanced back at her watercolors lined across the stone wall, each one a fragment of her quiet coastal grief and soft joy laid bare for Bryantport's village residents to witness. Kalen stood close beside her, one hand resting light on the small of her back in quiet support, his gray eyes sweeping slow over every mounted canvas with unhidden quiet pride softening every sharp architect's line of his face. "Someone wants to buy one already," Ella whispered, glancing back at Maggie in quiet stunned surprise. "I didn't expect anyone to take interest so fast on the very first day they're hung up on the wall. Local folk connect with these scenes far deeper than any tourist would," Maggie chuckled, leaning one hip against the wooden bakery counter to nod toward the Stormcliff canvas hanging second from the left along the stone wall. "That fisherman's lived on the northern cliffs his whole life, Watched those winter Atlantic storms crash against that exact stretch of rock every year for 60 years. Your painting captured the wild raw power of those storm waves better than any photograph he's ever seen taken of the coastline. He's been searching for artwork that feels true to Bryneport's wild winter gales for years now. They lingered inside the bakery for over an hour, chatting soft with Maggie about Ella's upcoming rotating seasonal watercolor series, discussing small custom commission opportunities Maggie promised to pass along to Ella from village customers stopping by the bakery each morning to view the wall artwork. Maggie handed Ella a small lined notebook to leave behind on the bakery counter for interested buyers to write down custom painting requests, contact details, and which displayed canvas they wished to purchase, a simple low-pressure system to keep Ella's commission orders organized without overwhelming her introverted energy with constant in-person customer conversation. Before they turned to leave the bakery to trudge back uphill to their cliff cottages as dusk began to creep soft over the harbor water, Maggie pulled Ella aside for a quiet private word by the stone wall lined with her watercolors, her voice lowered gentle so Kaylin could not overhear their quiet exchange. "I haven't seen you carry such light soft happiness in your eyes since your mum walked into my bakery every Saturday morning for apple scones years ago," Maggie said quietly, her crinkled warm eyes fixed steady on Ella's face with gentle knowing fondness. "That Scottish architect neighbor of yours has pulled you out of that lonely quiet shell you locked yourself inside after your mum passed. Don't ever let him slip away from this coast. Last two quiet gentle souls like you two deserve to build a soft slow life side by side beside the sea, no empty silent evenings spent alone ever again." Ella nodded, a faint warm tear slipping soft down her cheek at Maggie's tender heartfelt observation, reaching forward to squeeze the elderly woman's gnarled hand tight in gratitude for her quiet care and unwavering support of her artwork over the years. She whispered a quiet thank you before rejoining Kaylin by the bakery front door, tucking the lined customer commission notebook safely inside her sketch bag to take back up to her Cliff Cottage studio for future custom painting planning. They waved gentle farewell to Maggie and stepped back out onto the cool harbor stone lane, apple scone crumbs tucked into Ella's coat pocket to split on the uphill trek home as soft lavender dusk spilled over the ocean waves stretching west toward the sinking sun far beyond the harbor boardwalk. Their hands stayed locked tight together the entire steep climb back up the moss-slick stone steps winding toward the cliff headland, no rushed conversation filling the empty space between them, only quiet contented silence wrapped around their shoulders alongside cool evening salt wind drifting off the Atlantic tide far below the cliff rock ledges. When they crested the headland and spotted the twin whitewashed stone cottages waiting at the end of their overgrown gravel garden paths, Kaylin squeezed her hands soft before turning to face her fully beneath the dim twilight sky dotted with faint early stars pricking thin through pale wispy cloud cover overhead. "Tomorrow's Friday," he reminded her, a faint warm smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as his gray eyes locked steady on hers. "We can head into the village lumber yard first thing Saturday morning to rent gardening equipment, buy new work gloves, and collect reclaimed oak timber samples to price out our workshop renovation. Spend the entire weekend clearing ivy and brambles from the stone outbuilding between our gardens, no other plans pulling us away from the work we want to finish before autumn storm season rolls in off the ocean." Ella nodded fast, excitement thrumming light soft beneath her ribs at the thought of spending 2 full uninterrupted days beside Kaylin clearing their future shared workshop space of tangled wild overgrowth, slow physical labor shared side by side with quiet sketch breaks midday to rest and split fresh bakery shortbread along the trail behind their garden plots. "I'll pack my gardening gloves and small pruning secateurs tonight before bed, and draft a rough list of timber and renovation supplies we need to ask the lumber yard owner about tomorrow morning." They parted ways at the split gravel path dividing their garden gates, sharing one slow tender kiss beneath the twilight starlight hanging soft above the misty cliffs before wandering separate directions toward their cottage front doors for the night. Ella carried the lined customer commission notebook straight through to her sunlit studio bay window once inside her quiet home, spreading it flat across the oak drafting table to write her name and small contact note on the first blank page for Village Bakery customers to fill out custom watercolor requests, then pulled a blank sheet of scrap paper to scribble a rough workshop renovation supply list as Kaylin had suggested earlier on the Cliff Headland Trail. While she jotted down lumber, roofing slate, glass pane, gardening tool, and paint supply notes onto the scrap paper, her gaze drifted repeatedly to the back garden window where the dark shadow of their abandoned ivy-wreathed stone workshop stood hidden beneath wild brambles and ivy vines, a quiet thrumming anticipation lingering soft in her chest for the weekend renovation work waiting to begin with Kaylin at dawn on Saturday morning. She brewed a small mug of chamomile tea and curled up beneath thick wool blankets on her bed later that night, flipping slow through blank pages of her sketchbook to draft rough imagined drawings of their finished shared workshop interior. Two matching oak work tables beneath the wide south-facing window, shelves lined with watercolor tubes and architectural blueprint rolls, a small central wooden bench stacked with cocoa mugs and sketching supplies, sunlight flooding every corner of the once empty stone space cleared of wild tangled vines. Her sleep came soft and untroubled that night, filled with vivid gentle dreams of stripped ivy stone walls, warm golden sunlight spilling over side-by-side creative workstations, their hands tangled as they sketched coastal scenes and cottage designs beneath the big south workshop window, the endless soft crash of Brineport's tide wrapping every happy quiet vision tight in mild salt wind and warm afternoon sunlight. No lonely empty silent rooms haunted her subconscious, every dream wove together fragments of the intertwined cliffside life they planned to build slow and steady beside the wild misty Atlantic coastline they both loved more than any crowded city street they'd ever known. Dawn broke pale and misty over Brineport Harbor long before the village stirred awake, thin silver fog curling soft between wooden fishing piers and weathered stone fishermen's huts, blurring the line between gray sea water and pale peach sunrise bleeding slow over the distant ocean horizon. Ella dragged herself out of bed at 4:20 a.m. still heavy with soft, unbroken sleep after a night free of lonely grief-fueled nightmares, her mind already fixed on the quiet harbor sunrise she planned to paint beside Kaylin before crowds flooded the shore by 7 o'clock. She pulled on thick wool thermal leggings, scuffed waterproof canvas boots, and her heaviest cream knit cardigan, stuffing her watercolor pans, textured paper sheets, charcoal sticks, and a full thermos of spiced hot cocoa into her leather sketch bag before grabbing a woven wool blanket from the foot of her bed to drape over her arm for the cold pier benches. The cottage kitchen's small cast iron stove sat cold and unlit. She'd skipped brewing morning tea in her rush to meet Kaylin at the cliff trailhead, already craving the quiet comfort of his company beside the mist-shrouded harbor water. When she stepped out onto her frost-dusted stone porch, Kaylin was already waiting at the split gravel path separating their two gardens, leaning loose against a gorse bush, his portfolio slung over one shoulder, a folded waterproof blanket tucked beneath his arm, two steaming metal coffee thermoses balanced in one palm. He'd pulled his dark wool windbreaker tight around his shoulders against the sharp dawn chill, dark hair slightly ruffled from the coastal wind, a faint, sleepy soft smile tugging at his mouth the instant he spotted her stepping out of her front door. "Thought I'd beat you here," he teased, pushing off the gorse bush to close the short gap between them, leaning down to press a quick, warm kiss to her cold cheeks before she could even reach the garden gate to meet him. His lips carried the faint bitter scent of black coffee, warm against her chilled skin. "Left my cottage at 4:15 to beat the morning fog rolling off the tide. Almost managed to sneak out before you spotted me," Ella laughed, swinging her heavy sketch bag over one shoulder to lace her free hand through his as they trundled downhill along the slippery stone steps winding from the cliff headland down toward the harbor shore far below. The fog swirled thick around their ankles as they walked, swallowing distant views of the ocean, wrapping the entire coastline in soft, unbroken silver haze that muted every harsh edge of Bryneport's rugged landscape. The stone steps were slick with night dew and thin salt spray, and Callan kept his grip tight around her hand the entire downhill walk, slowing his pace to match her careful footing over loose wet gravel and moss-covered rock ledges, quiet protective warmth woven into every slow step they took side by side. They didn't rush their descent, there was no deadline pushing them forward, no client email waiting to answer, no building inspection to rush toward, only the slow, unhurried stretch of dawn unfolding soft ahead of them, endless quiet fog and pale peach sunrise waiting by the empty harbor piers. 10 minutes later, they reached the flat stone boardwalk lining Bryneport's inner harbor, the stretch of shore entirely empty of fishermen and tourists alike, only a handful of tide fishing boats bobbing gentle in the fog-shrouded water, their wooden hulls glistening with thin morning dew. Callan spread his waterproof blanket over a wide flat wooden bench overlooking the central pier, gesturing for Ella to sit beside him while he set down their thermoses of coffee and cocoa on the rough wooden slats beside their sketch supplies. Ella unzipped her leather sketch bag and pulled out her half-finished Harbor Dawn watercolor canvas from the previous evening, spreading it flat across the blanket between them to finish the final pigment layers capturing the fog-wrapped pier and faint peach sunrise streaking the sky above the ocean. She laid out her watercolor pans and soft squirrel hair paintbrushes beside the canvas, mixing pale gray and seafoam blue pigment in a chipped ceramic mixing dish to recreate the mist softening the edges of the wooden fishing boats bobbing out on the glassy harbor water. Callan unlatched his portfolio beside her, spreading blank blueprint paper across the other half of the blanket to draft rough sketches of small harborside fishermen's cottages, low single-story stone buildings built right up against the boardwalk with wide floor-to-ceiling sea windows to frame the quiet dawn tides. He paused every few minutes to glance sideways at Ella's painting, his gray eyes soft with quiet admiration as he watched her layer thin, translucent washes of pigment over the textured paper, capturing the fragile, fleeting softness of coastal fog that his architectural blueprints could never fully translate into lines and measurements. They fell into their usual easy, wordless rhythm beside the misty harbor pier, only breaking the soft silence to pass thermoses back and forth between them or murmur quiet observations about the shifting sunrise light bleeding through the silver fog overhead. Ella pointed out a small group of seagulls perched atop a weathered wooden pier post, their white feathers dusted thin with sea mist, and Callan jotted a quick rough sketch of the birds into the margin of his cottage blueprint before returning to his drafting, a faint amused smile tugging at his mouth as he watched her laugh soft at the seagulls' squabbling cries echoing across the empty harbor water. By 6:30 a.m., the pale peach sunrise had burned through the thick silver fog, dissolving the mist into thin wispy clouds drifting far out over the open Atlantic, spilling bright golden sunlight over the calm harbor water to turn every wave crest glowing amber beneath the morning glow. Ella set down her paintbrush at last, leaning back against the bench's wooden slats to stare at her fully completed watercolor canvas spread out on the blanket between them, a quiet, satisfied warmth settling deep in her chest as she took in the finished painting. Soft fog blurring wooden fishing boats, streaks of peach and gold sunrise streaked across a pale blue sky, tiny distant seagulls perched along weathered pier posts, every quiet detail of Bryneport's dawn captured in delicate layered watercolor washes exactly as she'd pictured it in her mind for months. "It's perfect," Callan said quietly, sliding one arm loose around her shoulders to pull her gently against his side, pressing a faint kiss to the crown of her fog-dampened hair as his gray eyes traced every inch of the finished canvas. "Better than any rough mental sketch I'd drawn of this harbor sunrise in my head over the past week. You managed to capture the fragile quiet of dawn before the village wakes up, something measurements and blueprints can never put onto paper." Ella leaned her head light against his shoulder, staring out across the now fog-free harbor where the first small fishing boats had begun to chug slow out toward open ocean, their distant engine hum soft and faint across the glassy water. I'll ship this canvas off to my Edinburgh client by post tomorrow afternoon. They ordered it 3 months ago, waiting for a quiet Brymport dawn scene to hang above their living room fireplace. I think this one will make them happy. Any client would be lucky to own something you painted, Kalin murmured, tilting his head down to press a slow, soft kiss against her lips, the warm golden sunrise light spilling over their intertwined forms on the wooden harbor bench, wrapping them both in quiet, unbroken peace. The faint distant hum of fishing boat engines faded into the background, irrelevant beside the soft brush of his mouth against hers and the slow, steady lap of tide water against the stone harbor walls below them. When they pulled apart to sip lukewarm coffee and cocoa from their thermoses, the first handful of local fishermen trundled down the boardwalk toward their boats, rubber boots thudding heavy against the wooden slats, loud rough chatter breaking the quiet dawn hush they'd clung to for over 2 hours undisturbed. Ella rolled her finished watercolor canvas tight and tucked it safely back into her leather sketch bag, while Kalin gathered his scattered blueprint sheets and slid them back inside his portfolio, folding the waterproof blanket to sling over one arm as they stood from the bench to wander along the boardwalk toward the small village bakery at the top of the harbor lane. The bakery opens at 7 a.m. sharp, Kalin explained, lacing his fingers back through hers as they walked past tide fishing boats and stacked fishing nets lining the stone shore. The elderly woman who owns it bakes fresh warm cinnamon croissants each dawn, the best pastry in the entire village. Thought we could grab a couple to eat while we wander the tide flats further down the shore once we're finished. Ella nodded, a faint warm smile tugging at her mouth as they wandered past weathered fishermen's huts lined with faded blue paint and stacked wooden lobster traps, the crisp morning salt wind tangling loose strands of her hair around her cheeks. She'd lived in Brymport for 5 years and rarely ventured down to the village bakery before 9 a.m. always too wrapped up in early morning painting to bother with warm fresh pastries, but with Kalin beside her, every small, ordinary village ritual felt new and gentle, worth slowing down to savor rather than rushing past to return to her isolated cliff cottage alone. They reached the tiny harbor bakery 10 minutes later, the front door propped open wide to spill warm sweet cinnamon and butter sent out onto the stone lane, a hand-painted wooden sign hanging above the door reading Maggie's Bakery in faded white chalk lettering on dark blue wood. The elderly baker Maggie stood behind the glass display case arranging fresh warm croissants onto a ceramic tray, her silver hair tied back in a loose wool scarf, bright crinkled eyes lighting up the second she spotted Ella and Kalin walking hand in hand through the bakery doorway. Ella Hayes. Haven't seen you down this early in years, Maggie laughed, wiping flour dust from her gnarled hands onto a stained cotton apron as she stepped forward to greet them, her gaze flicking soft between their intertwined hands and the quiet, tender smiles fixed to both their faces. This must be your new neighbor from the Cliff Cottages, Kalin, isn't it? Came in last week buying lemon shortbread before dawn once. That's me, Kalin agreed, a polite, gentle smile softening his sharp architect's features as he nodded toward Maggie's glass pastry display case lined with croissants, shortbread, apple tarts, and fruit scones. 2 cinnamon croissants, please, and a small paper bag of lemon shortbread to take with us for later. Maggie wrapped the warm flaky croissants in wax paper and dropped a handful of shortbread biscuits into a crumpled brown paper bag, sliding them across the wooden counter toward Ella with a knowing, warm glint in her crinkled eyes. On the house, today. Haven't seen Ella look this light and happy since her mum was still wandering down to my bakery for apple scones each Saturday morning. It's lovely to see someone bring softness back to that quiet cliff girl's life. Ella's cheeks flushed faint pink at Maggie's quiet, knowing observation, glancing sideways at Kalin to find him staring at her with quiet, tender warmth swirling deep in his gray eyes, a faint soft smile tugging at his mouth as he squeezed her hand tight where their fingers remained locked together atop the bakery's wooden counter. She murmured a quiet thank you to Maggie before grabbing the wax paper-wrapped croissants and crumpled shortbread bag, letting Kaylin lead her back out onto the Stone Harbor Lane toward the wide stretch of southern tide flats stretching endless along the shore, a short walk from the village bakery. They wandered slow along the flat sand shore of the tide flats, biting into warm buttery cinnamon croissants as they walked, flaky pastry crumbs falling soft onto the damp sand beneath their boots, the sweet cinnamon taste melting gentle on their tongues alongside the sharp salty tang of ocean wind winding off the open tide pools ahead of them. Kaylin pointed out wide stretches of unused flat shoreline perfect for small low coastal cottage builds, scribbling quick rough measurements into the margin of a spare blueprint sheet he pulled from his portfolio as they walked, murmuring quiet design ideas to Ella about single-story stone homes with wide sand-facing patios and reinforced sea glass windows to withstand winter storm winds off the Atlantic. Ella listened quiet and attentive, occasionally offering small soft observations about how the afternoon sunset hit the flat tide sand to cast golden light across the shoreline, notes Kaylin jotted down beside his rough architectural sketches without hesitation, weaving her artistic eye for light and color into every new cottage design he drafted for Bryneport's unused coastal land. For the first time since he'd quit his London firm, architecture didn't feel like a draining, soul-sucking corporate burden. It felt collaborative, gentle, a craft shared alongside someone who saw the coast exactly the same quiet, tender way he did. By mid-morning the sun had climbed high overhead, burning thin, the last wisp of dawn fog lingering above the tide flats, warm golden light spilling unobstructed over the wide stretch of exposed sand and shallow reflective tide pools dotted with smooth gray stone and bright green seaweed. Kaylin spread his waterproof blanket over a flat dry patch of sand atop a small low dune overlooking the tide pools, and they settled side by side once more to split the lemon shortbread Maggie had gifted them, sipping the last cold sips of coffee and cocoa from their metal thermoses while they watched small crabs scuttle fast into rock crevices beneath shallow pool water. Ella leaned her head heavy against Kaylin's shoulder, her sketch bag set aside in the warm sand beside them, no urgent painting deadlines weighing on her mind for once, no empty silent cottage waiting for her return once the day drew to a close. She closed her eyes to listen to the soft lap of tide water against the sand and the distant cry of seagulls circling overhead, the faint steady thud of Kaylin's heartbeat beneath her ear, a calm, grounding rhythm wrapping around every quiet thought in her head. "Stay here with me," she whispered suddenly, the quiet admission slipping soft off her tongue before she could second-guess the vulnerable words hanging between them in the warm mid-morning sunlight. "Don't fly back to London to build glass skyscrapers. Stay in Bryneport, draft your small cliff and harbor cottages, sketch the coast beside me every dawn and dusk. Build a life here with me, slow and quiet, no rushed deadlines or empty lonely nights ever again." Kaylin froze for a heartbeat beneath her head resting on his shoulder, his fingers pausing mid-brush as he'd been about to scribble a new cottage dimension note onto his blueprint paper, before sliding one arm firm around her waist to pull her fully against his chest, pressing a soft, reverent kiss to the top of her fog-dampened hair. His voice was rough and quiet, thick with unspoken emotion when he replied, his chin resting light atop her crown as he stared out across the endless tide flats stretching toward the blue Atlantic horizon. "I already made up my mind weeks ago, Ella. London doesn't hold anything I want anymore, not the high salary, the fancy office, the prestige of leading luxury high-rise builds. All I crave now is this, misty dawn harbor sketches, hidden rock cove sunsets, baking apple crumble and seafood stew with you by the fireplace, drafting small stone cottages that belong with this wild soft coast instead of fighting it. I'm not going back to the city. Not now, not ever." Ella lifted her head from his shoulder to meet his gray eyes, bright warm tears pricking soft at the corners of her lashes as she stared into his unguarded, tender gaze, all lingering fear that he'd one day leave Brineport and her behind, melting away entirely at his quiet, unshakable promise to stay. She lifted one hand to cup his cheek soft in her palm, pulling his face down to meet hers for a slow, trembling kiss beneath the bright mid-morning sun hanging high over the tide flats, the salt wind swirling soft around their intertwined forms as they clung to each other, two lonely souls finally certain they'd found their permanent quiet home together on Brineport's misty cliffs. Chapter 9. The promise Kalin whispered into Ella's hair atop the tide-flat dune hung soft and unbroken between them through the rest of the morning, a quiet anchor settling every lingering flicker of anxiety that had haunted both of their quiet coastal days since they'd first met on her rain-soaked stone porch weeks prior. No more hidden fear of London's corporate world yanking him away, no more quiet dread that Ella would return to 5 years of isolated lonely evenings once their fleeting summer peace faded. They had each other, and Brineport's wild soft coastline, and a shared future built slow around sketches, watercolors, and small stone homes woven gently into the cliff and harbor landscape they both loved more than any crowded city street. They lingered atop the sand dune until midday, splitting the last crumbs of Maggie's lemon shortbread and sipping the final cold drops from their metal thermoses, talking soft about the small practical steps they'd take to build their quiet shared life on the cliffside together. Kalin planned to email his old London firm that afternoon to formally turn down their repeated job offers, cutting the last loose thread tying him to the soul-sucking corporate architecture world he'd fled months prior. Once that weight lifted fully from his shoulders, he intended to speak to Brineport's small local council about applying for planning permits to draft and build custom cliffside and harbor cottages for local residents and gentle seasonal visitors, small modest builds that would never bulldoze wild gorse, sea poppy beds, or natural rock formations along the coastline. Ella shared her own quiet plan in turn. Once her Edinburgh Harbour Dawn commission shipped off by post the following afternoon, she planned to compile a full portfolio of her soft coastal watercolors to present to Maggie, the bakery owner, who'd mentioned weeks prior she wanted to hang local artists' seascapes on her bakery's stone walls to replace faded generic printed ocean posters she'd owned for years. If Maggie agreed to display and sell Ella's paintings inside the bakery shop front, it would open a steady small stream of local village clients without forcing Ella to chase overwhelming online gallery deals or loud crowded city art fairs that drained her introverted energy completely. Maggie's bakery is the heart of Brineport's small community, Kalin murmured, brushing a stray grain of sand off Ella's cheek with his calloused thumb as they stared out across the wide empty tide flats glinting bright beneath midday sunlight. Every local fisherman, village shopkeeper, seasonal walker, and small council official stops by each morning for croissants and coffee. Displaying your paintings there would let the whole village see your work, people who love this coast the same quiet way you do, no demanding wealthy city clients asking you to sanitize your misty melancholy seascapes for bright sterile living room walls. Ella smiled soft and unguarded at his quiet, thoughtful observation, leaning forward to press a light, quick kiss against his jawline where the faint scar sliced through his left eyebrow, a quiet wordless gratitude tangled into the gentle brush of her lips against his skin. I never would have thought to ask Maggie about displaying my paintings if you hadn't pushed me to consider local small opportunities instead of only chasing distant online commissions from strangers hundreds of miles away. You see, gentle, quiet paths forward I always overlook when I'm buried in my isolated painting routine up on the cliffs alone. Kalin laced his fingers tight through hers where their palms rested loose atop the folded waterproof blanket spread over warm sand, his gray eyes soft and fond as they locked onto hers beneath the bright overhead sun. You've spent half a decade building a wall around your quiet creative world to avoid the risk of disappointment from other people. It's not your fault grief taught you solitude was safety, and you clung tight to that safety long after you'd healed enough to let softness in beside you. I'm glad I get to walk beside you as you slowly tear those walls down, one small gentle step at a time. The quiet truth of his words settled warm in Ella's chest, no sharp twinge of shame at his honest observation, only gentle recognition that her self-imposed isolation had slowly begun to shrink from the moment Kalen hauled his leather suitcases up her overgrown gravel garden path that rainy afternoon weeks prior. Where once she'd flinch away from even brief casual conversation with village shop owners, now she found herself eager to share her watercolor art with Maggie and the rest of Bryneport's tight-knit small community, confident that her soft mist-laden seascapes would resonate with locals who knew the coast's wild, unpolished melancholy far better than distant wealthy city buyers who only craved bright, sanitized ocean scenes stripped of all quiet grief and soft fog. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon the tide began creeping fast back inward across the wide flat sand, shallow reflective water pooling thick around the base of the dune where they'd spread their blanket, cold salt lapping gentle at the hem of their trousers to warn them it was time to pack up their sketch supplies and trudge back uphill toward the twin cliff cottages perched at the headland edge for a late simple lunch. Kalen folded the waterproof blanket tight and slung it over one arm, gathering his portfolio and empty shortbread paper bag while Ella zipped her leather sketch bag shut, slipping her finished rolled harbor canvas safely back inside the fabric strap to avoid scratching the half-dry watercolor pigment on the textured paper surface. They wandered slow back along the stone harbor boardwalk toward the steep cliff trail winding uphill to their isolated cottage gardens, their hands locked tight together the entire walk, warm midday sunlight spilling unobstructed over the fishing boats bobbing gentle in the harbor water below them. A handful of local fishermen waved soft greetings as they trundled past stacked lobster traps and weathered stone fishermen's huts, nodding warm toward their intertwined hands with quiet knowing smiles. Bryneport's small village community had quickly noticed the quiet cliffside illustrator and her new Scottish architect neighbor wandering hand in hand along the shore each dawn and dusk, no sharp judgment or intrusive gossip, only gentle quiet happiness that two lonely quiet souls had found comfort beside one another on their misty coastline. When they reached the slippery stone steps leading uphill from the harbor to the cliff headland, Kalen slowed his pace to match Ella's careful footing over moss-covered wet rock ledges, his grip steady and protective around her hand the entire steep climb upward, pausing every few steps to brush loose gravel off the path ahead of her boots to avoid slips on the dew-slick stone surface. The climb uphill took far longer than their quick dawn descent hours prior, neither of them rushing the slow winding trek, pausing multiple times halfway up the stone steps to lean against rough rock walls and stare back down at the sun-glinting harbor spread far below them, murmuring quiet design and painting ideas they planned to bring to life together in the coming months. Once they finally crested the cliff headland and spotted the twin whitewashed stone cottages waiting at the end of their overgrown gravel garden paths, Kalen squeezed her hand tight before turning to face her fully, a faint determined glint lighting up his gray eyes beneath the bright midday sun hanging overhead. "I'll head inside my cottage first to draft the formal email turning down my London firm's job offers once and for all," he explained, brushing a stray lock of hair back behind her ear with his calloused thumb, his voice steady and unshakable, no lingering hesitation to cloud his quiet resolve to stay in Bryneport permanently. "Once that email's sent, I'll walk over to your cottage to help you prep a small portfolio sample of your watercolors to bring down to Maggie's bakery tomorrow morning to ask about displaying your paintings inside her shop front. We can cook a simple vegetable soup for lunch together at your place while we sort through your canvas samples, if you'd like." Ella nodded fast, a bright, relieved smile spreading across her quiet features at his steady, unshakable plan to fully cut ties with his London corporate life for good, every last thread of lingering fear dissolving from her chest at his unwavering commitment to build their quiet coastal future side by side. "That sounds perfect. I have fresh carrots, leeks, and potatoes in my kitchen larder for soup, plus a jar of homemade herb stock Mum taught me to brew years ago that makes simple vegetable broth taste rich and warm. I'll set out my stack of finished small watercolor canvases on the studio table while you send your email next door, ready for us to sort through together once you're finished. They parted ways at the split gravel path dividing their two garden gates, lingering a heartbeat longer to share a soft, quick kiss beneath the midday sun before wandering separate directions toward their cottage front doors, the quiet promise of their shared Brineport future steady and bright hanging soft over the damp salt wind swirling between their isolated cliff homes. Ella unlocked her front door and stepped inside her silent cottage, setting her heavy sketch bag down by the hallway latch before wandering straight through to her sunlit studio bay window to unroll her stack of finished small watercolor canvases across the white oak drafting table surface misty tide pool scenes, sunset rock cove landscapes, fog-wrapped harbor dawn sketches, soft gray storm cliff seascapes, dozens of quiet coastal paintings she'd created over the past 5 years hidden away in storage tubes beneath her studio shelves, never once considered for local village display until Kaylin had planted the gentle idea in her mind atop the tide-flat sand dune that morning. She sorted the canvases loose across the table surface, grouping similar soft foggy seascapes together in neat small stacks, brewing a quick pot of herbal chamomile tea and setting 2 chipped ceramic mugs out beside the canvas piles to wait for Kaylin's arrival once he'd finished sending his formal rejection email to his London architectural firm. While the tea steeped on her kitchen stove, she chopped fresh carrots, leeks, and potatoes on a wooden cutting board, tossing the diced vegetables into a large ceramic soup pot filled with her mother's homemade herb stock, setting the pot atop the small cast iron stove to simmer slow over a low flame for their late simple lunch together once Kaylin wandered over from next door. 20 minutes later, a soft, gentle knock tapped against her wooden front door, and Ella wiped vegetable broth residue off her palms onto a frayed cotton kitchen towel before hurrying down the hallway to pull the latch open fast, a bright unguarded smile spreading across her face the instant she spotted Kaylin standing on her stone porch, a faint relieved weight lifted from his sharp architect's features, his shoulders loose and unburdened in a way she'd never seen since they'd first met weeks prior. "Email sent," he said simply, stepping forward to pull her close against his chest for a long, tight hug the second she stepped out onto the stone porch to meet him, his voice light and unburdened, free of the quiet underlying stress that had lingered beneath every conversation about London's corporate job offers for weeks on end. "Turned down every project they tried to lure me back with double salary, lead designer title on a central London high-rise, unlimited design budget, everything I once thought I wanted more than anything. None of it holds a candle to this quiet cliffside life I've found with you." Ella wrapped her arms tight around his waist to sink into the warm comfort of his embrace, pressing her cheek light against the soft gray wool fabric of his jumper to listen to the slow steady thud of his heart beneath her ear, every last trace of lingering anxiety melting fully away at his quiet, unshakable commitment to stay in Brineport beside her permanently. She held onto him for a long minute beneath the midday sunlight spilling over her stone porch before pulling back slightly to brush a soft quick kiss against his lips, lacing her fingers tight through his to pull him inside her cottage hallway toward the sunlit studio where her stacked watercolor canvases waited spread across the oak drafting table. "Let's sort through the paintings together to pick the best samples to show Maggie tomorrow morning," she murmured, tugging him slow beside her toward the studio bay window where the simmering vegetable soup pot sent soft warm herb-scented steam drifting through the quiet cottage air. "I want to pick pieces that capture Brineport's quiet wild soul fog, tide pools, hidden rock coves, dawn harbor light, the scenes locals recognize and love far more than bright sanitized generic ocean prints tourists buy from village gift shops." Kaylin leaned forward over the oak drafting table to trace a calloused finger soft over the surface of a small watercolor canvas depicting their hidden northern rock cove at sunset, orange sea poppies blooming bright along gray stone walls, soft pink peach light bleeding across the glassy sheltered inlet water, the exact scene they'd shared their first gentle kiss beside days prior. A quiet tender smile tugged at his mouth as he glanced sideways at Ella, his grey eyes warm and fond beneath the studio's golden midday sunlight spilling through the wide sea-facing bay window glass. "This one has to be front and center for Maggie's bakery display," he said firmly, tapping the edge of the Rock Cove sunset canvas with his pencil-toughened fingertip. "Every local who walks into that bakery knows this hidden cove, even if they've never trekked the steep northern cliff trail to see it in person. It carries the quiet magic only we two fully understand, but all Brineport residents will feel the soft familiar pull of their coastline in every wash of pigment you layered onto this paper." They spent the next hour sorting through every stacked canvas spread across the drafting table, picking 12 small soft mist-laden coastal watercolor samples to roll tight into thin fabric-carrying tubes for Ella to bring down to Maggie's bakery at dawn the following morning, grouping the selected paintings by theme: harbor dawn scenes, tide pool fog landscapes, hidden Rock Cove sunsets, storm-wrapped cliff seascapes, each canvas capturing a quiet unpolished fragment of Brineport's wild soft coastline that resonated with the gentle melancholy both Ella and the village locals loved deeply. Once they'd finished sorting and rolling the selected sample canvases into linen tubes, they wandered through to Ella's small kitchen to stir the slow-simmering vegetable soup pot atop the cast-iron stove. Chapter 5. The hidden Rock Cove Kalin spoke of was tucked behind a sharp bend in the northern cliff trail, shielded by towering jagged stone formations draped in thick dark seaweed, invisible from both their cottages and the village harbor below. Ella found herself rushing through her morning painting tasks the next day, eager to pack her sketchbook, charcoal, and a thermos of hot mint tea to meet Kalin at the trailhead by 3 o'clock, when the afternoon sun slanted low to spill golden light straight into the cove's sheltered waters. When she arrived, Kalin was already waiting, portfolio slung over one shoulder, a frayed woven blanket rolled tight under his arm, a paper bag filled with fruit and oat biscuits tucked into his coat pocket. He'd brought a small metal thermos of black coffee for himself, steam curling faintly from the cap where it sat balanced on a flat gorse stone beside him. The second he spotted her walking down the trail, a soft, easy smile spread across his face, erasing the faint permanent weariness that usually lingered beneath his gray eyes. "Thought you might skip ahead and find the cove alone," he teased, pushing off the bush he'd been leaning against to fall into step beside her as they trundled north along the winding cliff path. "I wouldn't dare get lost wandering these trails without a local guide," Ella laughed, glancing sideways at him. "You know every hidden corner of this coast after only a week. I've lived here 5 years and still stumble over unmarked rock paths sometimes. Architect's habit, mapping every stretch of land I step foot on." Kalin nodded out toward the wild, untamed coastline stretching endless to their left. "I carry a small measuring tape in my portfolio, scribble slope angles and rock formation dimensions down next to sketches wherever I go. Drives me half mad not to document it all." They rounded the sharp stone bend 10 minutes later, and Ella's breath caught soft in her throat at the sight of the cove spread out below them. A semicircle of smooth pale stone walls wrapped around a small pool of still, glassy seawater, untouched by rough open ocean waves, shallow tide pools dotted along the sand glowing amber beneath the low afternoon sun. Wild sea poppies bloomed bright orange along the top edge of the rock face, a splash of vivid warm color against gray stone and blue water, a scene perfect for watercolor washes she'd spent months dreaming of painting. "It's beautiful," she breathed, stepping forward to lean against the rough stone railing lining the trail edge, eyes wide as she drank in every detail of the hidden inlet. "I've walked this trail dozens of times and never noticed this bend. The rock walls block it entirely from view until you're right here." Kalin set his blanket down on a flat dry stretch of sand just above the high tide line, spreading it wide and gesturing for her to sit beside him. "Found it by accident 2 days ago, when I wandered too far chasing a sketch of the northern cliffs. No holiday tourists ever trek this far up the headland, too steep, No marked signs from the village. We'll have the whole cove to ourselves until sunset fades. They unpacked their supplies side by side, Ella setting out her leather-bound sketchbook and charcoal sticks while Kalen unlatched his portfolio to spread blueprint paper across the blanket beside her, mechanical pencil already poised above the page to map the cove's curved stone walls. The air smelled of salt, wild poppy blooms, and damp sea moss, soft warm sunlight wrapping around them, no wind sharp enough to sting bare knuckles for once. Ella lost herself in drawing first, charcoal gliding smooth across textured paper to capture the way golden sunlight pooled in the still cove water, tracing the jagged line of stone framing the inlet, adding delicate strokes for the thin orange poppies clinging to rock crevices overhead. Beside her, Kalen worked slow and steady, scribbling precise measurements and rough cottage blueprints along the margins of his sketches, occasionally pausing to glance over at her work, a quiet, admiring light in his gray eyes as he watched her translate the cove's soft beauty onto paper. Half an hour slipped by in easy silence before Kalen spoke, his voice soft enough not to break the meditative hush hanging over the cove. You see places differently than I do. I measure angles and stone thickness, calculate where support beams would sit for a cottage built into the rock. You see light, color, quiet small things, the poppies, the way the water ripples only where a tiny stream feeds into the cove. Ella set her charcoal stick down to glance over at his blueprints, tilting her head to study the rough draft he'd drawn of a small single-story stone cottage tucked into the cove's northern rock wall, curved windows aligned to frame the sunset over the water, a low-sloped roof built to deflect harsh winter winds. Her breath softened as she traced a finger lightly over the pencil lines on his paper, careful not to smudge the graphite. This design doesn't fight the landscape at all. It fits into the rock like it grew there naturally. That's the goal. Kalen leaned closer to the paper, his shoulder brushing hers, pointing to faint scribbled notes along the blueprint's edge. No heavy concrete foundations, no bulldozing the poppy beds, glass panels thin enough to let the sea light flood every room. Everything the London firms would reject outright for being too small, too unprofitable. Profit never makes art better, Ella said quietly, turning back to her own sketch to add soft shadow beneath the poppy blooms. My best-selling illustrations are the quiet foggy tide scenes clients used to tell me were too gloomy to hang on living room walls. People forget they don't only want bright, perfect happiness, they want honesty, even if it's soft and sad. Kalen hummed quiet agreement, returning to his drafting, the soft scratch of their pencils the only sound besides distant seagull cries echoing off the cove stone walls. They split the fruit and oat biscuits he'd brought halfway through the afternoon, sipping hot tea and black coffee from their separate thermoses, passing small pieces of apple back and forth between them without thought, comfortable with the quiet, unspoken intimacy blooming slow between them. As the sun dipped lower toward the ocean horizon, the golden light bleeding soft pink and peach across the cove water, Ella closed her sketchbook and set it aside, leaning back against the smooth warm stone wall behind them to stare out at the glowing inlet. Kalen shut his portfolio a moment later, shifting to sit closer beside her, their hips pressed light together on the woven blanket, his hand resting loose on the sand between them, palm turned upward in silent invitation. Ella slid her hand into his without hesitation, their fingers lacing tight together, his warmth seeping slow into her skin as they watched the sunset paint the sky in streaks of tangerine and lavender. No rushed confessions, no desperate romantic gestures, just slow, gentle closeness, two people who'd spent years alone finally finding someone who understood the quiet grief and quiet joy they each carried inside. I haven't felt this calm in years, Kalen whispered, his gaze fixed out over the pink-tinged waves, his thumb brushing slow, soft circles over the back of her hand. Not since I was a teenager drawing crofts with my dad in the Highlands. London turned every quiet moment into a deadline, a client email waiting to be answered, a building inspection to rush to. Here, with you, it's just quiet, no weight hanging over my head. Ella leaned her head against his shoulder again, the familiar soft wool of his sweater against her cheek, breathing in the faint scent of pine soap and sea salt that clung to his clothes. I used to think I'd spend the rest of my life alone up here, painting seascapes and eating toast for dinner every night. I thought solitude was the only safe thing left after Mum was gone. I didn't realize safe could feel like this too, sharing quiet sunsets, talking about old grief, sketching side by side without rushing away to hide from another person. Callan turned his head then, tilting his face down to meet her gaze, their faces only inches apart in the fading pink sunset light spilling over the cove. His grey eyes were soft, unguarded, no trace of the cold detachment he'd worn the day they first met on her porch, just gentle warmth and quiet longing swirling deep in his pupils. He lifted one hand to cup her cheek lightly, his calloused thumb brushing slow over her cheekbone, and Ella's breath hitched soft in her throat as she leaned slightly into his touch, no fear pulling her back. "Ella," he murmured, voice rough and quiet, "I don't want to go back to empty quiet nights once I've known this." Before she could form a reply, he leaned in slow, careful, giving her every chance to pull away if she wanted, and pressed his lips soft against hers. The kiss was gentle, unrushed, no desperate heat, soft as the mist that drifted over the cliffs most mornings, warm as the sunset spilling across the cove water, a quiet confession wrapped in salt wind and golden light. Ella's eyes fluttered shut, her free hand lifting to rest light against his chest, fingers curled loosely in the fabric of his sweater as she leaned deeper into the kiss, all her years of lonely solitude melting away in that single slow, tender moment. When they pulled back slow a heartbeat later, their foreheads rested lightly pressed together, both of them breathing soft, quiet breaths, the pink sunset fading fast above the rock cove around them. Callan's hand stayed cupped around her cheek, his thumb brushing soft over her lower lip, a faint, tender smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Can I kiss you again?" he whispered, quiet, uncertain, as if he feared he'd overstepped an invisible line between them. Ella nodded, a soft, bright smile lifting her cheeks, and lifted one hand to tangle her fingers gently through the dark hair at the nape of his neck, pulling him back down to meet her lips once more, the salt wind swirling soft around their intertwined forms as the last streaks of sunset dissolved into pale lavender dusk above the hidden cove. Chapter 6. The last embers of sunset seeped out of the cove sky, bleeding soft violet into the gaps between jagged stone walls. Callan's lips stayed warm against hers long after the first gentle kiss faded, slow and unhurried, no rush, no sharp heat, only the quiet relief of two people who had spent too long buried in isolation finally finding something soft to hold onto. Ella's fingers tangled deeper in the dark hair at his nape, the coarse strands slipping lightly between her knuckles, and when he tilted his jaw to deepen the kiss just a fraction, a quiet, shaky breath escaped her throat, carried away by the mild salt breeze winding through the rock inlet. When they pulled apart at last, their foreheads remained pressed together, breaths mixing thin in the cooling dusk air. Callan's hand still curved gently around her cheek, his grey eyes dark and soft as storm-wet slate, fixed unblinkingly on hers. There was no awkward silence hanging between them, no panic that they'd crossed an unspoken line and ruined the easy friendship they'd built over these quiet coastal days, only a quiet, settled tenderness wrapping tight around both their chests. "I've wanted to do that since the night we sat by the tide flats," he admitted, his voice low, barely louder than the soft lap of water against the cove's sand. "Told myself 100 times I shouldn't rush you, shouldn't push when you'd spent years getting used to being alone. I didn't want to scare you off before we even got to know each other properly." Ella smiled, her thumb brushing lightly over the line of his jaw, tracing the faint scar that sliced through his left eyebrow, the mark she'd noticed the very first afternoon he'd knocked at her door with shortbread. I wasn't scared. Not really. I just didn't think I was capable of wanting anyone this close, not after Mum left. I'd grown used to silence filling every corner of my life. I forgot what it felt like to crave someone's company more than my own quiet. Kalen laced his fingers back through hers, their palms pressed firm together on the woven blanket spread over the sand. The tide had begun to creep inward, thin silver lines of sea water lapping at the edge of their cloth, and distant seagull cries faded into the growing dark, replaced by the soft crash of waves echoing off the stone enclosure around them. He shifted his weight to draw her closer against his side, wrapping one arm loose around her shoulders so she could tuck herself into the curve of his chest, sheltered from the crisp evening wind rolling off the open ocean. "We don't have to rush anything," he promised, pressing a faint, feather-light kiss to the crown of her hair where it fell loose over her forehead. "No big declarations, no sudden shifts to some loud, overwhelming romance we're not ready for. We can take it slow, just keep sketching together, cooking stew, wandering the cliffs at dusk. Whatever feels easy for you." The weight that had sat heavy in Ella's ribs for half a decade lifted entirely at his words. She had spent so long fearing closeness would demand something she couldn't give: endless conversation, forced cheer, abandoning the quiet routine that had kept her grief at bay. But Kalen understood solitude. He carried the same worn loneliness beneath his calm exterior, knew how fragile peace could feel when you'd only ever relied on yourself to survive loss. With him, softness didn't require surrendering the quiet parts of herself she loved most. They sat curled together on the blanket for another hour, watching thin silver moonlight spill over the cove's glassy water, talking in half-whispers about small, trivial things they'd never shared with another soul before. Ella told him about the stray black cat that lingered around her cottage garden, a feral thing that only let her leave bowls of tuna on the stone step each dawn, never once letting her touch its matted fur. Kalen spoke of the beat-up old sketchbook his father had given him at 16, filled with rough pencil drawings of Highland crofts and mountain lochs, tucked safely inside his portfolio where he kept it every day. He admitted he'd brought the book with him to Brymport specifically because he'd been too afraid to look at it alone in his London flat, the pages tangled tight with memories he'd spent years shoving away. "Can I see it sometime?" Ella asked quietly, tilting her head up to glance at his face in the dim moonlight filtering over the rock walls. "Your dad's sketchbook, if you don't mind showing me." Kalen's grip around her shoulders tightened faintly, a quiet flicker of vulnerability crossing his features, but he nodded after a beat, a soft, trusting smile tugging at his mouth. "Tomorrow evening, if you'd like. I'll brew a pot of dark roast coffee, and we can sit by my fireplace and flip through it together. It's nothing grand, just messy teenage sketches, but it's the only thing I have left of him that doesn't feel sharp with grief." "I'd like that very much," Ella murmured, resting her cheek back against his chest to listen to the slow, steady thud of his heart beneath her ear, a calm rhythm far gentler than the chaotic rush of London city life he'd fled months prior. Eventually the tide rose high enough to lap at the hem of their blanket, cold sea water seeping thin through the woven fabric to chill their ankles, and they knew it was time to pack up their supplies and trudge back along the cliff trail toward the twin cottages perched at the headland's edge. Kalen folded the blanket tight and slung it over one arm, gathering his portfolio and the empty paper bag of fruit while Ella zipped her sketchbook shut, tucking her charcoal sticks safely into the leather strap before slipping her free hand back into his as they stood to their feet. The walk uphill in moonlight felt softer than every previous trail wander they'd shared. Their hands stayed locked tight between them the entire way, salt wind tangling their hair together as they trundled over loose gravel and gorse roots, no need for constant conversation to fill the empty space around them. Every few steps Kalen would slow his pace to press a faint kiss to her knuckles, a tiny, quiet gesture that sent slow warmth winding through Ella's chest all the way down to her fingertips. When they reached the split gravel path separating their two cottage gardens, neither of them pulled away from the other's touch right away. They lingered beneath the faint glow of the waxing moon hanging low above the Atlantic waves, hands still intertwined, faces only a foot apart in the silver night light. Kalen leaned down to press another soft kiss to her lips, slower and sweeter than the one they'd shared in the hidden cove, no rush to part when it ended. "I'll knock at your door at 6 tomorrow evening, to bring you over to mine for coffee and the sketchbook," he said, his thumb brushing gentle circles over the back of her hand. "Bring whatever painting you're working on if you want. There's plenty of open table space by the fireplace for your watercolors." Ella nodded, a light, unguarded smile softening every sharp edge of her quiet features. "I'm finishing a commission of Brineport Harbor at dawn. I can bring the half-finished sheet to show you, if you'd like to critique it." "I'd never critique your work," Kalen laughed quietly, releasing one of her hands to brush a stray lock of chestnut hair back behind her ear. "I'll just sit and admire it while we flip through my father's old sketches." No harsh architectural criticism promised. They lingered a minute longer before parting ways, Ella wandering slowly up her garden path to her front door, her heart light and unsteady in the best possible way, a faint, permanent smile fixed to her mouth that didn't fade even once she'd locked herself inside her cold, quiet cottage. For the first time in 5 years, the empty rooms no longer felt hollow or suffocating. The faint ghost of Kalen's warmth lingered in every shadow, as if the softness they'd found together down in the hidden rock cove had followed her home to stay. She set her sketch bag down by the front door and wandered through to her studio bay window, pressing her forehead against the cold glass to stare out across the narrow divide between the two cottages. Warm golden lamplight flickered on behind Kalen's sea-facing windows, faint shadows moving slow behind the glass as he unpacked his portfolio and set his father's old sketchbook out on the drafting table, already preparing for their quiet evening together the next day. Ella lingered at the window for a long while, watching the soft glow of his lamp spill out over the damp gravel path between their homes, before turning to light her small cast iron stove and brew a mug of chamomile tea to sip before bed. That night, she dreamed of the hidden rock cove, of orange sea poppies clinging to grey stone walls, of Kalen's calloused hand tangled tight in hers beneath a sunset streaked pink and tangerine. No ghosts of her mother's empty bedroom haunted her sleep, no sharp twinges of lonely grief pulling her awake in the small hours of the morning, only quiet, warm peace, soft as the mist rolling slow over Brineport's cliffs each dawn. Chapter 7. Ella woke the next morning with a faint, persistent smile clinging to her lips, the memory of Kalen's soft kisses in the moonlit cove looping gentle through her thoughts before she even swung her legs over the edge of her wooden bed to stand. The sky outside her studio windows hung pale, soft blue, free of the endless gray mist that usually shrouded the coastline, and thin golden sunlight spilled unobstructed over the churning Atlantic waves, turning every crest of water bright and glowing beneath the early morning glow. She brewed a pot of herbal tea and settled at her oak drafting desk to continue working on her Harbor Dawn commission, laying out heavy textured watercolor paper and mixing soft pale blues, seafoam greens, and muted peach pigment to recreate the quiet light that spilled over Brineport's fishing boats at sunrise. Her brush moved smoother and lighter than it had in years, the heavy, melancholy weight that had seeped into every one of her paintings since her mother's passing had softened, diluted by the quiet warmth Kalen had brought into her isolated life, where once she'd leaned hard into shadow and gray fog on every canvas. Today she found herself reaching for brighter, softer washes of color, capturing faint streaks of gold sunlight glinting off wooden boat hulls and wet harbor stone. By mid-afternoon, The core layers of the painting were complete fishing bobbins strung along weathered wooden piers, small stone fishermen's huts clustered along the shore, a distant lighthouse peeking over the harbor headland wrapped in thin morning haze. She set her paintbrushes down to dry and covered the half-finished canvas with a linen cloth to keep dust off the wet pigment, then wandered out into her overgrown front garden to refill the ceramic tuna bowl left out each dawn for the feral black stray cat that visited daily. The cat was curled atop a flat weathered stone wall at the far edge of the garden when she stepped outside, its thin black coat matted with sea salt spray, bright golden eyes fixed steady on her as she set the bowl of fresh tuna down on the gravel path a few feet away. It did not run, as it usually did when she drew too close, only tilted its head and watched her quietly while she lingered by the gate, a small, quiet miracle that made Ella's chest soften with gentle warmth. She spoke soft, quiet words to it as she always did, murmuring about the hidden rock cove and Kalen's old sketchbook, as if the stray was a trusted confidant privy to all her quiet, secret happiness. When she wandered back inside to tidy her studio and pack the half-finished harbor painting into a thin canvas-carrying tube, the clock above her kitchen fireplace ticked close to 6 o'clock in the evening. She slipped on a soft cream knit cardigan over her plain linen shirt, grabbed a small linen bag to tuck the rolled canvas inside, and waited by her front door, heart thrumming faint, light nervous excitement beneath her ribs as she listened for the familiar crunch of gravel footsteps approaching her garden gate. Exactly 2 minutes past 6, a soft, gentle knock tapped against her wooden front door. Ella pulled the latch open fast, a bright, unguarded smile spreading across her face the second her eyes landed on Kalen standing on her stone porch. He'd swapped his usual dark windbreaker for a soft gray wool jumper, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his portfolio slung loose over one shoulder, a chipped ceramic coffee mug balanced in one hand and a thin, worn leather-bound book tucked beneath his arm, his father's old sketchbook, its cover faded soft from decades of constant handling. The faint scar along his eyebrow caught the warm golden lamplight spilling out of her cottage hallway, and his gray eyes lit up the instant they locked onto hers, a tender, quiet softness settling deep in his pupils that she'd only begun to recognize over these past few days. "Ready?" he asked, a quiet, warm smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, stepping forward to brush a quick, light kiss against her cheek before she could even step fully over the threshold to meet him. The faint brush of his lips against her skin sent a light shiver skittering down her spine. "More than ready," Ella laughed, grabbing her linen canvas bag from beside the door and stepping out onto the gravel path beside him, letting him gently pull her hand into his as they wandered the short stretch of garden separating their two cottages. "I finished most of the harbor commission this morning, brought the half-wet canvas to show you." Kalen squeezed her hand tight as they walked, his gaze drifting sideways to glance at the rolled canvas peeking out of her bag. "I been thinking about your painting all day while I mapped the southern cliff slopes. Couldn't stop picturing how you'd capture the harbor's soft dawn light with watercolor washes." They stepped inside his cottage a minute later, the warm scent of freshly brewed dark roast coffee and burning pine firewood wrapping around them instantly. The small stone fireplace at the far end of his living room crackled soft and steady, flames licking gentle at stacked firewood to cast warm orange light over every surface of the minimal, orderly space. His drafting table beside the sea-facing window had been cleared of blueprints to make open space for her watercolor supplies, a clean linen cloth spread flat over the oak surface ready for her to unroll the canvas. Kalen set his father's old sketchbook down gently on the edge of the table before turning to pour 2 full mugs of thick black coffee from a metal pot simmering by the stove, passing one steaming ceramic mug into Ella's waiting hands. She sipped the rich, bitter brew slowly, letting the warm heat seep down her throat to chase away the faint evening chill drifting in through the cracked cottage window, before unzipping her linen bag and carefully unrolling the half-finished harbor watercolor across the cleared drafting table surface. Kalin stepped beside her to lean over the canvas, his arm brushing soft against hers as his gray eyes traced every delicate wash of pigment across the textured paper, quiet admiration clear in the slow sweep of his gaze. "It's even more beautiful than I imagined. The way you layered pale peach over the blue water to capture sunrise reflection. I've spent weeks drafting harborside cottages, but I never stopped to notice how soft the morning light bleeds over the fishing boats before tourists crowd the shore. Most people rush down to the harbor by 7 a.m. for fresh fish," Ella murmured, brushing a stray lock of hair back from her forehead as she stared at her own painting. "I wake at 4:30 most mornings to sketch the quiet before the village wakes up. No crowds, no loud shouting from fishermen, just the tide and soft sunlight." They stood side by side admiring the canvas for several minutes before Kalin reached out to slide his father's worn leather sketchbook across the table between them, gesturing gently for her to flip open the faded cover. The book's leather binding was cracked along the spine, edges worn thin and frayed from constant handling, embossed with a tiny carved wooden croft on the front cover, his father's own small hand-carved mark, he explained quietly as Ella's fingers brushed light over the textured leather surface. "My dad bought this sketchbook for me the summer I turned 16, up in the Highlands," Kalin said, his voice softer, edged with faint quiet grief as Ella slowly lifted the cover open to reveal the first page. "He said if I was going to spend every spare minute scribbling croft sketches instead of playing football with the village boys, I deserved a book that would last a lifetime." The pages inside were filled with messy, unpolished teenage pencil drawings, rough sketches of Highland stone cottages, winding mountain locks, moss-covered stone bridges, rough hand-written dimension notes scrawled along every margin in faded blue ink. Kalin's father's handwriting, looping and warm, scrawled beside his son's teenage drafts to leave quiet little comments: "Nice roof slope, lad, this croft would fit right into Glencoe, don't forget to account for winter wind off the lock." Ella flipped through the pages slow and careful, her breath soft and quiet as she traced a finger lightly over the faded graphite lines of a tiny stone croft tucked beside a glassy mountain lock, the drawing dated 20 years prior, when Kalin had only been 16 years old. She glanced sideways at him, finding his gray eyes fixed gentle on the sketchbook pages, a faint sad smile tugging at his mouth as he read his father's long-forgotten notes scrawled beside his old teenage artwork. "He sounds like he was a wonderful man," Ella whispered, careful not to break the fragile, tender hush hanging over them beside the crackling fireplace. "He was quiet, like us," Kalin replied, his hand sliding slow across the table to lace his fingers back through hers, their palms pressed tight together beside the open sketchbook. "Hated loud cities, hated developers who bulldozed Highland moors to build cheap holiday cabins. Taught me everything I know about designing buildings that belong with the land, not against it. I ignored every word of it for 6 years in London, chasing glass skyscrapers and client bonuses that never filled the empty space inside me." "You didn't ignore it," Ella argued softly, squeezing his hand gently. "You came to Bryinport and started drafting these cliffside cottages built into the rock, the same kind of small, gentle buildings your dad taught you to draw. It was always inside you, buried under burnout and corporate deadlines." Kalin nodded, his gaze drifting back down to the sketchbook spread open between them, to a faded drawing of a tiny 2-room stone croft with curved sea-facing windows, identical in spirit to the cliff cottage blueprints he'd been drafting for Bryinport's northern headland over the past week. "I didn't realize until I met you that I'd been waiting for somewhere to put all these designs, somewhere quiet and wild where no one would demand I scale everything up for profit." They spent the next 2 hours flipping slowly through every page of the old sketchbook, talking soft about Kalin's teenage summers wandering the Highland moors with his father, about long days spent hauling timber for small local cottage builds, about quiet evenings by their family fireplace where they'd draft house designs side by side without speaking a word for hours. Ella shared fragments of her own teenage memories in return rainy afternoons baking apple crumble with her mother in their old London flat before they moved to Bryntport, weekend trips to coastal galleries where her mum would point out soft watercolor seascapes and tell Ella she had a gift for capturing quiet grief in pigment. By the time they reached the final page of the sketchbook, the fire in the fireplace had burned down to low glowing embers, the coffee mugs beside them long cold, and the moon hung high outside the sea-facing windows, spilling silver light over the dark ocean waves stretching endless to the horizon. Kalin closed the worn leather cover slow and gentle, sliding the sketchbook back to rest safely beside his drafting table before turning to face Ella fully, one hand lifting to cup her cheek soft in his palm. "Thank you for letting me talk about him," he murmured, his gray eyes deep and tender as they locked onto hers, no mask of cold detachment hiding the raw, vulnerable grief beneath his calm exterior. "I haven't spoken about my dad this much since his funeral. Everyone in London only cared about my career, my building projects, the clients I'd landed. No one asked about the boy who used to draw Highland crofts with his father on rainy moor afternoons. I'm glad I get to know that boy," Ella whispered, leaning into the warm weight of his hand against her cheek, tilting her chin upward to press a soft, slow kiss against his lips. The fire's faint orange glow wrapped around them as Kalin pulled her gently against his chest, one arm wrapped firm around her waist to hold her close, his lips moving soft and unrushed against hers, a quiet, wordless thank you tangled into every gentle brush of his mouth against hers. They stood locked in the slow, tender kiss for a long minute beside the drafting table, the faint crackle of dying firewood the only sound breaking the soft hush of the cottage around them. When they pulled apart to catch their breath, Kalin rested his forehead light against hers, his fingers brushing soft through the loose strands of chestnut hair falling around her face. "I don't want this quiet magic between us to fade once my break from London ends," he admitted quietly, a faint thread of unspoken fear threading through his deep voice, a worry Ella had sensed lingering beneath his calm surface for days that he'd never voiced aloud until this evening. "My old firm emails me every few days, begging me to fly back to the city to lead a new luxury high-rise project, offering double my old salary, endless client budgets, everything I spent 6 years craving before burnout hit. But none of it matters now that I've found you, Bryntport, the chance to design the gentle coastal homes I've dreamed of drawing since I was 16. Ella's heart tightened soft in her chest at his quiet confession, a faint flicker of fear stirring inside her to the terror that one day London's loud, demanding world would pull Kalin away from the quiet cliffside they'd both made their safe haven, leaving her alone once more in the empty cottage beside his abandoned stone house. She pushed the sharp worry aside for a moment, lifting one hand to brush her thumb gentle over his cheekbone, steady and calm as she spoke. "You don't have to choose between London and the life you want here," she said softly, quiet resolve steady in her tone. "No one's forcing you to rush back to corporate architecture. You could stay here, take on small local commissions, renovate old Bryntport fishermen's cottages, design new small cliff homes for people who love this coast as much as we do. You don't need glass skyscrapers to build a life that matters." Kalin's arms tightened around her waist, pulling her fully against his chest to rest her head over his heartbeat once more, a quiet, relieved sigh escaping his throat as he absorbed her words, the heavy weight of unspoken fear slowly lifting off his shoulders. "I've spent so long convinced success only existed in London's glass office towers. I forgot there's another way to live, one that doesn't burn you out piece by piece until there's nothing left of the person you used to be." They lingered wrapped in each other's warmth beside the dying fireplace for another hour, talking soft about the future they might build together on Bryntport's cliff side-by-side studios, Ella's watercolor space in her cottage, Kalin's drafting workshop in his, shared evening walks along the tide flats, quiet nights cooking seafood stew and flipping through old sketchbooks by the fire, no crowded city noise, no rushed client deadlines, only soft, slow quiet wrapped around them both. No grand, dramatic 5-year plans, no rushed talk of moving in together or forever promises, only gentle, tentative hope that the peace they'd found side by side on this misty coast could stay, unbroken, for years to come. When the clock ticked past midnight and the last embers in the fireplace faded to dim gray ash, Ella gathered her rolled watercolor canvas and slipped it back into her linen bag, ready to trudge the short gravel path home to her own cottage for the night. Kalin walked her to her front door as he always did, his hand locked tight in hers the entire way, the silver moonlight glinting soft off the damp stone path beneath their boots. At her garden gate, he pulled her close for one final slow, tender kiss beneath the glowing moon hanging low over the Atlantic waves, his lips lingering soft against hers long after the initial gentle press, as if he was memorizing the feel of her against him before they parted for the night. "I'll meet you at dawn tomorrow to sketch the harbor before the fishermen arrive," he whispered against her mouth when they pulled apart, his breath warm against her cheek in the cold midnight salt air. "Bring your watercolor pans, the sunrise over the pier will be perfect to finish your commission canvas." Ella smiled, soft and bright, nodding against his jaw before stepping back to slip through her garden gate toward her front door. "I'll have my sketch bag packed and waiting by 4:30 a.m. Don't oversleep." "Not a chance," Kalin laughed quietly, releasing her hand to step back onto his own gravel path, his gray eyes never leaving hers until she'd twisted the front door latch and stepped inside her cottage, the faint warm glow of her hallway light spilling out over the porch behind her. Ella leaned back against the solid oak door once she'd locked it shut, her hand pressed light to her chest where her heart beat slow and steady, full of soft, unshakable hope for the quiet coastal life unfolding slow between her and Kalin. The empty silence of her cottage no longer felt like a prison of lonely grief, now it only felt like a temporary pause before dawn, when she'd meet him again by the misty harbor pier to paint the sunrise side by side, wrapped in the quiet magic only Bryneport's cliffs and the boy who drew Highland Crofts could give her. Whisper of the Coast. Chapter 1. The rain in Bryneport hung thin and perpetual, a grey silk veil strung between sea and sky. It did not roar or slash, it lingered, settling salt damp into wooden window frames, tangling in the wild gorse that lined the cliff path, turning every stone wall dark and glistening. Ella Hayes had grown accustomed to its hush. 5 years alone in her mother's weathered cliffside cottage had taught her to treat the mist as a companion, not a burden. Her studio occupied the cottage's front room, floor-to-ceiling windows facing the churning Atlantic. Scattered across her oak desk were crumpled sketches, half-dried watercolor pans, stained linen rags, and a chipped ceramic mug filled with lukewarm chamomile tea. At 24, she survived solely on her coastal illustrations, soft, muted scenes of tide pools, weathered fishing boats, fog-wrapped headlands. No viral social media accounts, no fancy gallery contracts, just a small loyal circle of online buyers drawn to the quiet grief woven into every wash of blue and gray. Solitude suited her. After losing her mother to a slow-wasting illness, crowded spaces, loud conversation, and forced small talk felt like a weight pressed to her ribs. A shrill, unsteady creak of the iron front gate cut through the steady crash of waves outside. Ella's paintbrush froze mid-stroke, the tip loaded with pale slate blue hovering an inch above textured watercolor paper. Few people wandered up this far stretch of cliff. The village proper huddled down near the harbor, a 10-minute downhill walk along slippery stone steps. The cottage beside hers, an identical whitewashed stone building left empty for nearly 2 years, had never drawn visitors. Curiosity tugged at her, sharp and unfamiliar. She rarely bothered glancing up from her work for passers-by. She set the brush down gently, wiping excess pigment from her fingers on a frayed cotton towel slung over her desk chair, and padded barefoot across cold pine floorboards to the window. The mist blurred distant shapes, but she could make out a tall figure hauling two large leather suitcases up the overgrown gravel path between the two cottages. Broad shoulders, a long dark wool coat pulled tight against the damp wind, dark hair matted lightly by rain. His posture carried a rigid, worn tension, like someone carrying a load far heavier than his luggage. Ella leaned her forehead against the cold glass, watching him pause beside the empty cottage's front door to fumble with the ring of brass keys. He tilted his head back slightly, exhaling a thin white cloud of breath into the damp air, and she caught a flash of sharp, defined jawline before he turned away, shoulders hunched against the endless drizzle. A stranger. A new neighbor. No one had rented that place in years. Locals whispered it felt too lonely, too exposed to the wild ocean winds. Whoever this man was, he did not seem bothered by isolation. If anything, the quiet cliffside appeared to be exactly what he sought. She pulled back from the window before he could glance up and spot her staring, cheeks warming with faint embarrassment. Introversion made even casual eye contact feel invasive. Returning to her desk, she tried to refocus on the half-finished painting of a dawn tide pool, but her mind drifted, wandering to the stranger next door. Who would leave the bustle of a city to hole up in Bryneport's cold, rainy quiet artists, usually fellow creatives chasing solitude to create? He had not carried sketchbooks or paint tubes, no canvas slung over his shoulder. Just suitcases and a slim black leather portfolio tucked under one arm. An hour slipped by. The rain softened further, dissolving into thin fog that blurred the boundary between ocean and sky entirely. Ella mixed a pale lavender wash to shade the edges of sea rock, losing herself in the slow, meditative rhythm of watercolor until 3 sharp, deliberate knocks struck her wooden front door. Her heart skipped once, sharp and startled. No one knocked at her door. The village shop owner dropped off her weekly milk on the porch without stopping. Her few online clients only messaged her digitally. Visitors were unheard of. Hesitantly, she crossed to the door, fingers brushing the rusted metal latch as she hesitated a beat. She twisted the handle and pulled the door open an inch, enough to peek out. The man from next door stood on her porch, rain droplets glistening on the shoulders of his dark coat, stray dark strands falling over his forehead. Up close, his features were striking high cheekbones, pale gray eyes ringed with faint tired shadows, a faint scar slicing thinly along his left eyebrow. He held out a crumpled paper bag, filled with wrapped shortbread biscuits from the Harbor Bakery, a small, awkward peace offering. His voice was deep, rough at the edges, as though he had not spoken to another person in weeks. Sorry to intrude. I'm Kalen Black. I just moved into the cottage adjacent to yours. Brought these as a thank you for tolerating any noise over the next few weeks, unpacking furniture, hammering walls, that sort of mess. Ella blinked, fingers tightening loosely around the doorframe, and forced a quiet, shaky smile. Ella Hayes. I live here. The noise won't bother me much. I work late, the waves cover most sounds anyway. His gray eyes swept over her briefly, flicking past her to glance into the studio behind her, catching sight of scattered paint supplies and half-finished seascapes lined against the wall. A faint flicker of quiet interest softened his otherwise stern expression. You paint the coast. Watercolors. Just small commissions, nothing grand. She stepped forward slightly to take the paper bag from his outstretched hand,